Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hey.
Hello. Happy Friday, guys.
Hi.
Happy Friday,
Feels
Happer.
great to be here.
It does.
It's been a long couple weeks, the bye week, and now we got this
Idle
game
week.
that we've been looking forward
Thank you,
to for quite some time.
Yeah.
Big game.
Yeah.
You got the
Big,
big
big-
game feelings in your tum-tum?
No, not yet.
Interesting.
Not yet.
Yeah, but I noticed that you and Josh have succumbed to
Uh-oh.
the
Big pressure?
The big pressure.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Well, Matt Rule came to my house last night, and he said, we're going to need you to shape up those talking points.
Yep.
And so, yep.
Makes sense.
We picked Nebraska.
Understandable.
Listen, I see a path to them winning too.
And I said, Matt, I've been kind of sitting on this for a couple weeks. You know, I've been thinking it was. I'm definitely annoyed at the Indiana conversation, and that is factored into
To your pick?
my thoughts.
You're triggered by the conversation about it.
So
I'm
the
triggered.
conversation made you pick this.
No, I think Nebraska's better, but I am mad at Indiana.
Interesting.
Didn't you see our stats and our radar charts yesterday?
What's your stats?
Indiana's better than Nebraska.
Oh yeah, they do look like that statistically
They do.
for sure.
In some areas, yes.
Yeah.
In some areas.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
In a lot of areas, honestly.
There are some.
In the ones that some would say matter.
Interesting, Nick.
Nick's a little harder in the paint than I am on this, but
Yeah, well, I've seen Nick score. John has.
yes, I
There's
have.
a bit of a spoiler alert in our predictions that were sent to us today.
Uh-huh.
John included the scores.
Mhm.
So I have seen Nick score. Oh, boy.
I'm gonna guess
Okay.
42-17.
You are not far
You're
off.
not far
That
off
was
at all.
that was Gary's oh
Okay.
crap score. He said he could either see this prediction that he gave, or I could see like 42-17.
Oh, man.
Or
That's a 1998
42-13.
Orange Bowl.
Ooh,
Nice.
yeah.
Tennessee, yeah.
What is it about the Indiana discourse that annoys you the most?
Oh, good question, John.
I think it's probably the coach and how brash he is.
Nice.
I talked to someone today who knows someone in who covered Signetti in local media
Oh.
and said he is very arrogant.
Oh.
Understandably so.
He's not a bad. He says he's not a bad
just-
person. He's very
Well,
sure of himself.
Nebraska-
Google me.
Nebraska's never had one of those.
Nice.
No,
He
they
talks
have
Well
not.
played.
like it's. I get being confident, and he has the right to, right? Like he's what 135-26.
Incredible
Like
record.
it's a
He
great
wins
record.
many
It's like
games.
Kalen DeBoer.
But
He wins a lot. Google him.
He talks about himself too much. He
Mm.
talks about the things that he did and how like it's all centered around him.
Yeah.
I don't like that idea, but we're suckers for that. And I think like the national landscape is suckers for Indiana being good. Like we like when weird stuff happens.
We do.
Hey,
College
you know?
football, we definitely like weird stuff. We
Yep.
like when weird teams or surprising teams or I don't know where teams are good.
Yep.
It's fun to talk about, and people in the media really gravitate towards that.
But
I would not argue.
I mean, I know the major difference, but for a lot of people in the national media, this is foreign territory of Nebraska being good too.
Sadly.
So I wonder, I get it. I mean, Nebraska's always been a bigger name in college football, but yeah, you would think that maybe, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I have not heard a lot of national discourse about this game.
No, I agree.
I don't tune into that.
And there
usually.
is no doubt that I'm a bit of a college football elitist. Like I like when the good programs are good, and I like
It's fascinating
Sure.
because you're a Royals fan.
That is true. Great point.
that's more of a regional thing. That was
But
just
like
luck.
you love the big brands in college football, but and I get it.
That's
I get
just
it.
luck.
Yeah.
Right? I
for
just
sure.
watched them on TV.
I
once.
understand that though. I'd
Yeah.
be totally fine with Yankees, Dodgers. Not like
Yeah.
the Mets are a small market team,
Yeah.
but I'd be totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I like it in the NBA when it's the big markets.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an elitist. It's all right. I admit it. You know.
Mhm. Yeah. See, where in college football, I usually do gravitate towards the weird. I liked it when Boise was good, for example. I wanted them to make the playoff. Cincinnati a couple years ago, I wanted them to make the playoff. But I
liked Boise. I wasn't. I didn't love the idea of Cincinnati.
Really.
I just didn't feel like they were good enough or cool enough, whatever, like the
Not
threshold.
cool enough. The
whatever-
X and the Y axis.
Yeah, there's a scale there.
Forget the Z.
We
The
should
good,
make
the good
that.
to cool scale.
Good to cool.
We should make one of those.
Where
And
does Indiana sit
I
on
was
the
just
good to
gonna
cool
say.
scale?
I think that they're. I mean, I don't know. Are they cool?
Are they good?
I think they're good.
Are they good?
See, here's the thing that Indiana has, and another reason why I think people are gravitating towards them. They play a fun brand of football.
Yes, they do.
They score a lot of points.
Yes,
they
they
throw
do.
the ball all over the yard.
I do like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I mean, it's
Their defense.
Nebraska's the antithesis of that, right? Nebraska's boring.
Yes, they are.
Nebraska's Iowa with red on.
Nebraska
Yes, they are.
is super boring.
Yep, for sure.
Their path to winning the game is
Probably boring.
Is their path is very similar to the
Taking the
path that
football.
Iowa takes.
taking the football and sitting atop of it.
Yes.
Like
Sitting
a
on it.
mama bird would do to an egg.
Or like Kirk Ferentz would in an awkward Big Ten Network commercial.
Oh my gosh, I
Yes,
forgot about
that's
that.
right.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, that is true. You know, we do like the exciting teams too.
So Nebraska's way lower on the cool to good scale.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, they
100%.
are.
Yeah.
Now they weren't a few weeks ago, but that was before we had really seen what they were trying to establish. I mean, before like around Colorado time.
Even then,
People were very excited because Dylan is the new Carson.
they were higher on the good scale, but were they registering yet on the cool scale? I'd probably still.
I think people
because of
liked
Dylan.
I think yes. I think people were like, "Whoa, look at this guy."
Does that come back if they win tomorrow?
If he plays like he did early this season, Nebraska can be cool again.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
that
Dylan
offense
Morel
is-
is our only hope to be cool.
yeah, I think so. The defense can be cool.
I love when defense is.
Ty Robinson, big ass Ty, takes Rourke and throws him like he's Colt McCoy. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that
People
would
be
be
like,
that'd
I
be
like
a
that.
penalty.
So I've been
these
asking
days.
people all
That would
week.
be, yeah.
So if Nebraska wins tomorrow, they are bowl eligible.
Yep.
People love when Nebraska goes to bowl games.
We used to at least.
So what's the modern day equivalent to 72nd Dodge, where we go when we have the party, the bowl eligibility party? Is it,
Ooh.
and why is it the 114th and Dodge Grand China Buffet?
See, it's funny. I was going to say Westroads. So I don't. You and I, it seems like we're pretty close
There
to
you
the
go.
same thought process here.
There
What's
you go.
the really crappy intersection away out west that people hate so much?
There's many, John.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
There's a
pick
few
one of-
out there
pick
that
one
are
of those.
garbage.
There's a.
Pick one of those.
Is there one in particular you're thinking of?
No, I don't. I'm not.
okay.
I'm not as familiar. I just hear about
Well,
it.
when I took driver's ed a long time ago now, almost 20 years. Jesus, my gosh.
20 years since you learned how to drive.
Wow, it's March. Next March is when I did it.
Oh
Good
my
Lord.
God.
Anyway, the instructor
Countdown.
Yeah, the instructor said that the most accidents take place at 120th and Center.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
Yeah.
this is still true. That's where there's a donut place
Yep,
over there.
yep.
There's
Yeah.
Burger King. There's a lot of crap over
There we go.
There is.
That's
Do it there.
that's where Target is, right? That really weird Target Home Depot, 120th and
No, I think that's a
Center.
little further to the west.
I think
120th,
it's like
there's like
132nd.
there's like a Baker's, isn't there? There's a grocery store over there. We used to do our toy drive over there, Toys for Tots.
Oh, yeah, that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yes, the
We
one
used
I'm
to-
thinking of. See, and I'm gonna vote for that Home Depot, Target, that area,
Mm-hmm.
because there's no stoplight there, and nobody knows what they're doing.
Where
They're
is this at?
It's like 130th and I think it's 132nd and Center.
like trying to go into that shopping area with the Home Depot over there.
Yeah, or leaving it is the worst part. Getting in is a little easier than leaving, but you have a bunch of people leaving Home Depot. You have a bunch of people leaving Target.
Yeah.
You just only stop signs and vibes.
Only stop sign. That's it, Nick. That's an album.
Stop signs and vibes.
Stop signs and vibes.
I'm gonna put that on the list.
There
So
we
you
go,
make it
look
with
at
your pixel art or whatever the hell you're doing over
Yeah,
there.
pixel art.
Yeah, it's not that one. There's no Target over there.
Odson says 120th and L. Is that what Nick is
Yes,
thinking?
120th
There
and
you
L.
go.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Samsonite.
L.
I was way
It's
off.
L.
Started with an S though.
L. It's got to be your L.
Mhm.
Yeah, move it over there.
Okay.
Bowl eligibility party. People
you
love bowl games, right? Bowl game
What
is
bowl
the
game
barometer.
do people want people to make? What bowl game are people going to be like?
I don't know, man. You ask people and they're like, can't we just, because I tell people like getting to 6 wins is going to feel like a gigantic disappointment if they do that.
What if they only won 6?
If they only
I
get
know.
to 6.
And people are like, can't we just be happy with going to a bowl game? I'm like, what the hell are you guys talking
have
about?
5 wins right now.
It's October 18th.
Yeah, you're okay to be mad if they're 6-6. That's
Yep.
totally fine, especially
Yeah.
after they're 5-1.
Yep. I agree.
I think the one that I would like to see them in. Well, I guess I got to think about maybe hosting Bigger Overreaction. So I guess whatever's the easiest for that.
So
But-
we were looking at the dates actually yesterday morning, right?
Yeah, yeah,
and most of the Big Ten bowl games that like an 8 or 9 win team would be in, are New Year's Eve.
I was going to say, isn't there one early New Year's Eve?
There is one.
Is
the
it the
day after
Citrus Bowl?
Christmas? I think that Pinstripe Bowl is the day after Christmas.
Yeah. No. You're thinking of the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, I believe.
Guaranteed Rate Bowl.
It's
That's the
just
one
the
in
Rate
Phoenix.
Bowl
It's
now.
just the Rate Bowl. You're
They
right.
Just changed.
Wait,
it.
really?
Drop the Guaranteed.
Yes.
Huh.
The one at
Guaranteed
Yankee
no
Stadium
longer
is the
guaranteed.
28th. That's a Saturday.
That actually, timing wise, that's the GOAT right there.
Yeah, we still got to figure out what we're doing for the Happy New Year shows.
That's why Josh and I were talking about it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he is the director of audio.
Yeah, he's in charge of this.
What are his takes?
He's
figure it
sorting
out.
through it.
Okay, all right.
I think it depends on what Nebraska
See,
does.
that's okay. So that's why I think it would be best if they made it to the December 31st Bowl, because then we can just come back and do a Monday show. And then we're like, see you later again.
Bye.
Back on Thursday.
That'd be sweet.
That'd be pretty nice.
Yeah.
Be pretty nice. So that's what I would say. Plus, it'd be fun. I think Nebraska playing in a bowl game. Here's what I'm wondering about. And I've thought about this multiple times this year. Nebraska has not played in a bowl game since you have been able to since teams have opted out at the rate in which they are right now. The last time Nebraska played in a bowl game was the first year of opt-outs. That was McCaffrey
Leonard Fournette.
and Leonard Fournette. But Nebraska, they didn't have any of those guys. Now everybody opts out. Like, is there a world where Dylan Raiola decides not to play in the bowl game and everyone's like, that's probably smart?
No.
Or does he play?
No, because the opt-outs are just guys who are leaving and going to the draft.
Are they?
Isn't it?
Now, he got banged up in the Pac-12 championship game.
Mhm.
Caleb Williams did not play
No, he
in
did
the
not.
previous bowl game.
Yeah.
And he had another year. Now, again, he
Pretty
was
special circumstance, but
Yeah.
But I mean, Dylan Raiola is on a
Yeah.
similar track.
because, like, if Dylan said, I'm not playing, I'd say, I understand.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I think there are going to be a lot of takes. Plus, people will transfer out. And so the roster is going to look way different.
Do
It's
you?
like, what kind of takeaways can you even have about it?
But you could play the youths because they don't count against their red shirts.
What is your take on opt-outs?
Doesn't bother me
Okay,
whatsoever.
that doesn't bother you. I wonder if it'll be one
No.
of those things where hypothetically Raiola backs out, and then all the people around here who hated that
Will
are
suddenly
suddenly
say-
fine with it.
Yeah.
'Cause now it affects
I
them.
can't wait for Sipple's columns.
That'll be fun.
He'll have some takes.
Oh, he will.
Yeah. But Nebraska's never played in one
I
of
just
these.
thought Dylan was different.
Who has
Big ass tie, for example,
who has the Pop-Tart Bowl this year?
in terms of
Isn't
like leagues.
What conference?
It's
conference
the same as it was last year. What was that? Big
Yeah,
12?
and
Who did
and
Kansas State play? Do you remember?
No.
Cal?
strangely, there's not a great place to find all of this
I
information.
know. Isn't
It's
that
bad.
weird?
It's
how,
really bad.
Yeah, you have to do like you have to look at 8 different articles just to
Yes.
figure out like Big Ten, then
Correct.
Pac-12 RIP, SEC.
Yeah, the
I just
bowl
need a
season,
nice list.
the bowl season schedule, it says where the bowl is and what time it is and what day it is, but it doesn't say anything about the
Conference affiliations.
affiliation.
they
Because
should do that?
they're
They should
made up.
include it. It's because conferences they're waiting to see what conferences will be left.
what conferences exist. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, many references coming in to 120th and Center.
Oh,
being
the infamous picture.
being the very famous picture between.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this, John? The Bloods and the Crips.
Yeah.
As they came together.
No.
That
Yeah.
is a very like a nationally popular meme.
And
that just so
recent-
happened to take place at 120th and Center.
Yeah, recently people noticed in the background. Whoa, look at the street.
It's right on top of the West Roads, Oakview Mall,
Yeah.
basically.
Keep
Sorry,
naming
all the
you'll
malls.
find one.
All the
Yeah.
malls.
Many
yeah.
of the malls, yeah.
Remember Southview? Wasn't that a mall at some point?
I think when I moved to Omaha, Southview was in its dying days. I think my parents.
Southview.
I don't remember Southview.
I
either.
only know about Southview
No.
because
South Road.
South
South
Road.
Roads.
Road.
Oh, I
yeah,
kinda
yeah.
recall South
We had West Roads, South Roads, and Crossroads.
Crossroads.
I only know of South Roads because we brought that up once, and I thought it was silly that there was a South Roads and a West Roads.
So silly.
By the way, shout out to listener. Oh, never mind. This is Josh Hodson.
We don't really have a crossover.
Shout
or
out to Odson.
crossroads either.
He found a website, collegefootballnews.com, that does have the affiliation for all the bowls, but it does not have the schedule.
Does not
So
have the schedule.
Again, you have to piece it together.
Yeah, you got
All right, so here we go. Here we go.
cross reference.
Somebody should just make a website where they just get the info.
Maybe we
from
could do it
both
at
of these.
1620thezone.com.
We could.
Oh, this is a great idea. Odson, make some fun graphics.
Just we have all of our stuff, all of our podcasts, and the bowl affiliation and schedule.
Man, that would be like, hey, there's lsufootball.net/tvschedule.htm, and that's
Clickies.
weird.
I
some
could see
clickies?
that. I could see that getting clicks from other radio shows.
Hell yeah, it would, because I bet there's a million people out there who are like, I want to see
I
the
look this
schedule
up
and-
twice a week.
I know, and you can never figure it out.
Exactly.
Let's be the
That's
ones to do it.
2 clicks a week at least.
Nice.
All right, you ready? Start typing. Here we go.
What am I doing? Which one am I looking at? Which one are you
No,
looking at?
I've got them both. You just want to type up the list.
Oh, I'm typing up a list.
If you just wanted to type
All
up
right,
the list,
I'll
you
respond to
could send it to
Odson. Okay.
All right, so here we go. The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Yep.
Okay.
Versus the Southeastern Conference.
Big Ten SEC.
Okay. When is it?
on Tuesday, December 31st.
Okay.
At 3 p.m.
Is that Central Time?
You would ask.
Well, we're just
it's
wondering.
important to know.
Yeah, we're
Important
wondering. We're wondering.
I have no idea.
We need to use God's
What
time,
website is
John.
that?
It's the bowl season site.
No, that's probably Eastern Time.
What
then.
time Eastern?
They love Eastern.
What time Eastern?
3.
3 Eastern.
So my guess is that is.
Creighton plays a home game that day.
What
at
time is that?
3 Central
Oh.
against St. Jonathan.
The ReliaQuest Bowl.
Man.
Yep.
That's annoying.
Relia.
This is the artist formerly known as the Outback Bowl, I believe.
Yes.
Bring it back.
From Raymond James Stadium in Tampa
Okay.
versus
Who's that
the
guy?
SEC
Wow, a lot of SEC.
at 12 p.m.
I was going to say, that's got to be 11
What day
a.m.
is this, John? Is this Tuesday?
is New Year's
Tuesday,
Eve.
December 31st.
That's for sure Eastern.
Okay.
11 a.m.
Okay. So I'm writing these in Central Time Zone.
Good.
then.
All
good
right.
job. God's time zone.
Okay.
The Duke's Slime Bowl
That's not what it's called.
Wow, this is good content.
I love bowls.
is Friday, January 3rd.
Whoa. Wow.
Okay, now maybe that's the one.
Now, that's what we want.
because then
actually.
we're just back on Thursday.
By the way, versus the Atlantic Coast.
Thank you. I was going to say
Conference.
I need the opponent. What time is that one at?
Friday, January 3rd, 7:30 on this website.
So
Wow.
6:30.
Creighton has a road game against Marquette that night.
I like playing against road
Yes, they do.
games.
The next one
John will be in Wisconsin.
is the Music City Bowl.
Oh, I remember that.
The Trans Perfect Music City Bowl
Transfer.
from Nissan Stadium
I
in
want
Nashville.
that bowl.
Yikes.
I want that bowl for the takes.
Yikes.
Give me the trans bowl.
The Trans Perfect Music City Bowl.
I want it. I want it. I want it. You can play the commercials all over again.
Versus the SEC.
Okay.
Monday,
That
December
being
30th.
an SEC bowl is also adding another layer to
Monday,
this.
December 30th
At what time?
at 2:30, according to this.
So 1:30.
Right.
That.
As the game that Nebraska most recently played in,
Yep.
they got smashed by Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know if that'd be good for us or bad for us.
And then
I wouldn't want a middle of
the
day
main
one.
event.
I'm thinking more of the pre-show.
The main event.
Yeah.
The Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl.
Let's
Hell
go,
yeah.
baby.
From Venerable Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York, Saturday.
This is a Saturday, yeah.
December 28th, 12 p.m.
So 11 a.m. for us.
versus
Who's that against?
the ACC.
Miami.
Huh. Oh. Now that would
Miami's-
Isn't that who they played in the Gotham Bowl? They played Miami,
They played
right?
Miami. They played
See,
Miami.
Let's do that. You could make a program.
No, I like that one.
Yeah, that
It's because baseball.
but doing shows before it, Nick.
Yeah.
And then
baseball.
Oh yeah, give me the
the Rate Bowl
yeah. That's the day after Christmas.
versus the Big 12 Conference.
This is the Rate Bowl.
The Rate Bowl from Chase Field.
home of the Arizona Diamondbacks,
Home of the-
Josh's favorite team, Young Kim.
Oh, I did love Young.
Thursday, December
Josh calls him
26th,
young him.
Ooh.
5:30 p.m.
And that's what it
4:30
says.
Central.
4:30 Central. Ugh, I don't know if I like that one.
Happy Kwanzaa. That's Kwanzaa.
Happy
And-
Boxing Day.
And the final one.
Wait, really? Oh, I
Yes.
guess there's the playoffs.
Hold on.
This
a
is the
second.
Detroit Bowl.
This is. Oops.
Oh yeah. It's not
Ooh.
the Little Caesars Bowl anymore.
It's not the
Ooh.
Motor City Bowl. It's
Oh,
not
they
the,
must have changed.
Did they change
Pop-Tart?
the?
Yes, it
That's-
is. It is no longer the Quick Lane Bowl.
What is it now? The
It
Quick
is
Bowl?
the Game Above Sports Bowl.
Hell yeah.
What? Who's that against?
That
That's like
is
the MAC.
against the MAC.
Yeah.
That's the one you don't want. What day is
Correct.
This
This is what I've been saying all
this
year
is the
long.
Sat-
Thursday, December 26th,
Oh,
2 p.m. from
So
Ford
1 p.m.
Field.
us.
You don't want
Happy
Nebraska.
Kwanzaa.
You don't
You
want
don't want
Nebraska and
that.
Northern Illinois.
See,
I
if
do
that-
not. I want that as least as I can
And that's it,
possibly
right?
want
That's
it.
the list, John?
That
Plus
is
the
the
CS,
list.
Go to the
plus
playoff.
the college football
That
playoff.
is the list according to College Football News.
Perfect. All right, Josh, I'm
Okay.
sending it your way.
So what?
So Ohio
Well-
State, Oregon, Penn State, all going to the playoff.
Okay.
Maybe there's a fourth spot in the playoff.
There is another.
Right now, I think K-Ford's projecting Iowa State.
No, that's
Not
they're
in the
not
Big
a
Ten.
Big Ten team.
Oh, sorry.
So Oregon, Ohio State, and Penn State,
Okay.
playoff teams.
Okay.
Then the fourth place big team is either a playoff team or the top bowl is what? The January 3rd bowl?
No, that was the second bowl I believe John read. The first one that he read was the Citrus Bowl. Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Oh, yeah. In the order.
You read Citrus, I think, then ReliaQuest, then Mayo. I think is the order.
Hang on.
I put them in the order in which they're actually played.
Correct.
I think John read because then it after that,
I
it
read
just
them in the order they were listed here on College Football News.
So that, I mean, they kind of rank them by order of
Yeah, and
importance.
this is the pecking. Oh,
pecking.
wait,
That's
wait,
the pecking
wait,
order, right?
Wait. Where is this coming from?
Is there a January 6th bowl? Tiger Shark Diver wants to know.
No.
What day of the week is January 6th?
January
this year?
6th is a
It's
Monday.
a Monday because January 20th is also a Monday, and the
see.
national championship, and inauguration,
Now,
and Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
one thing we did not know.
It's going to be a great day.
Holy
The
crap.
former Pac-12 teams remain eligible for former Pac-12 bowl ties.
Like the Rose Bowl.
What's that mean?
That means if they're not in the playoff, they're eligible for the Alamo Independence Holiday, LA, Las Vegas, and Sun Bowls.
Well, Big Ten's not in any of those.
Wait, but the Big Ten could go to one of those bowls? Is that what I'm
No,
hearing?
he said he's
No,
saying
no.
The old
The
Pac-12
old
teams are eligible for
Pac-12
any of those.
teams are still eligible for those bowl games.
Mhm.
But the Big Ten doesn't have any ties in those games,
Yeah.
so that doesn't matter to us.
So, yes, it appears that the pecking order goes Citrus, ReliaQuest, Slime,
Mm.
Nashville,
Yep, that makes sense.
Yankee Stadium, Rate Bowl,
Detroit,
Quick Lane Bowl.
correct. All right, so let's game it out. Who's the fourth place Big Ten team? Right now, it'd be Indiana.
Indiana.
Well, yeah, it's probably going to be Indiana or Iowa, right?
Indiana or Iowa.
Indiana, Iowa, Illinois might have a case. No,
I don't think so.
not Byron.
I don't think
I
so.
like Indiana or Iowa.
I think those are the two most obvious.
All right, so those are the next two spots. Then what?
I'm opening up the Big Ten standings.
Well,
right
but
now.
remember, Illinois has got to win over Nebraska. So
But that doesn't matter in terms of pecking order if they have the same record. The Bulls
The
get
Bulls
to choose
just get to
'cause
pick.
They want fans.
Correct.
They don't care about a 5-4
It is
tiebreaker.
theoretically possible that a 7-win Nebraska team could jump in a bowl ranking system.
So right now, here are the Big Ten standings as they stand. I don't know why I said that word so many times.
10 standings. Of
Indiana, Oregon, and Penn State are all tied at 3-0. Then there are 5 teams at 2-1. Illinois, Ohio State, Nebraska, Iowa, Michigan, and Wisconsin. What was that? 6 teams. A couple 2-2, Minnesota and Washington.
We
Then
need more bowl games. There's too many damn teams in this conference.
too many bowl teams. Way
Yeah,
too many
but
bowl
again,
teams.
remember those Pac-12 schools.
So the Pac-12
So USC
schools,
and Washington will end up in one of those old Pac-12 bowls.
yeah, but
Oh,
so
wait,
they
real
don't
quick. When
fill
you
up-
said former Pac-12, I was thinking of Oregon State.
that's what I was
no,
thinking.
no.
the
Oregon,
Big Ten
UCLA,
teams.
USC, and Washington
Okay,
are
okay,
still
okay.
eligible for the old Pac-12
So they
Ah.
USC could go to Vegas or
or the
yeah,
Alamo Bowl
or the LA
or
Bowl.
the LA Bowl, or the
Okay.
Vegas
the Jimmy
Bowl,
Kimmel.
or
Is
the
that
Sun
still the
Bowl.
Jimmy Kimmel Bowl?
I think
Yes.
so.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Kimmel LA Bowl.
Huh. So yeah,
Featuring
what
that
is
one guy?
So two of those teams. I mean, the 3 of the 4 Pac-12 teams are going to go bowling, but Oregon will be in the playoffs. So USC and Washington will go to 2 of those.
So I think I've decided I don't like the Citrus Bowl because overreaction would be on during a playoff game. No, thank you.
That is
No,
the
thank you.
Jacksonville game. Yes.
The Citrus Bowl? No, the
Yes.
Citrus is. I thought
Yeah.
that was Orlando.
Oh, Citrus is Orlando. Yeah. You're thinking
ReliaQuest is Jacksonville, right?
ReliaQuest is Tampa.
Okay, what's the Mayo? Oh,
the
do they
Mayo
not
is
have?
Charlotte.
Is the Gator Bowl?
The
Whatever
Gator
that is.
Bowl.
The Gator Bowl's gone.
Gator
Sweet.
Bowl is not.
Good. I don't want them to go to Jacksonville.
Okay.
No offense,
Sick.
Jacksonville.
We've already done.
Well, what
the
do you
Gator
care?
Bowl.
You're not there.
I just think it looks bad on TV. I hate that stadium.
Hmm.
It looks ugly. I like stadiums that
Actually
look
kind of agree
cool
with
on
him.
TV.
They have a pool.
It's always gray as well.
They have a
I want
pool
Nebraska
and a
to play
pond.
in
The
a
one that looks
sunny
cool-
game.
The one that looks cool is Tampa because it has a grass field,
Great field.
sunny.
Yes.
Yes.
The red seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want
Now-
them in that bowl.
Did
Unless
they?
that's the one that's
Maybe
at
they
2.
could play at Tropicana.
Well, I was just going to say, is their stadium cool?
Yeah.
All right.
yeah.
They made it?
They're fine.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, the Trop didn't make it, but
Dropped it.
the pirate ship did.
So basically, all of these are the really good ones are all SEC except for the Mayo Bowl, which would be ACC.
That's a bad game. That's a bad looking game.
Pinstripes
too.
also ACC.
Mayo Bowl. It's always cold because that's Charlotte.
It's
Charlotte.
cold. It's in Charlotte. It's
Too
a turf
chilly.
field.
Yeah, you don't want it is, and it's at night, and that turf field
Yeah.
looks like crap.
But Matt Rule going back to Carolina.
A lot of takes.
Interesting.
Lot of takes.
We
Many
could read
takes.
comments from Panthers fans.
Yep.
Okay.
Would
Yeah.
Panther fans show up just to boo him?
Yes.
Pinstripe Bowl would be funny. It'd be funny just for the visual, but
Nebraska playing in Yankee Stadium is kind of enticing.
Yeah, and again, if they played Miami, we could do Gotham Bowl stuff.
Yeah.
We could get, someone who was there to talk. Is anyone alive who played in the Gotham Bowl?
I don't think Miami's going to the Pinstripe Bowl.
No, they're probably going to
I think they're a playoff.
I don't know, man. They might be living on borrowed time right now. They could lose to Louisville tomorrow.
Yeah, but they may not. I don't know what the Pinstripe is in the ACC pecking order, but I don't
probably
think they
like
would
5th
fall.
or 6th.
The Rate Bowl
Not far.
versus the Big 12. How far does the Rate Bowl fall for the Big 12?
The Rate Bowl is 5th.
Okay, let's look at the Big 12 real fast.
So that gets us in
Gets you to Kansas State
probably
territory.
about Utah range, maybe.
So
Kansas
right now-
State's not going to be that far.
Okay, so
are they?
here is the Big 12 standings as of today. BYU, Iowa State, Texas Tech, all undefeated.
Yep.
Kansas State, Arizona State, Cincinnati, Colorado,
Arizona State.
Jeff Sims revenge game.
West Virginia. Those teams have one loss. Arizona, UCF, et cetera, et cetera. Man, I mean, if they could fall a little bit further, Nebraska playing Kansas State, I would say sign me up for that.
Lock me in. Yeah,
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Any of the old Big 12 teams that are not Colorado, I'd be interested in. But honestly, the old school Big 12 teams kind of suck this year.
Does ESPN still broadcast all of the bowls?
Pretty much.
Basically. Except for like the Sun Bowl.
Sun Bowl is still on CBS.
Yeah.
That's
Fox, I think, still has the Holiday Bowl.
And like
then
the Boca Raton Bowl.
TNT randomly has playoff games now.
Yeah.
So,
Oh my God.
yeah.
Yeah, most of these will be on ESPN or ABC.
Yeah.
Who's going to call all these games?
A lot of people.
Some randos.
Mm-hmm. Max says, great crossover, very online with the reading old Husker postgame articles.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
This is good.
Well, we've just gamed out the whole thing.
Well,
Uh-huh.
we did it for our own edification.
Yeah.
Well,
I just want to
it's
see.
about
I hope
us.
that we make the website
Yeah,
with all of the graphics
This
and the
should
times.
be a page.
It would be awesome.
It's easy.
Make a page.
Then we
Make a
could
page.
start sending it to people. Hey, if you need to know the bowl games, ties, and times,
Just click on this.
here you go.
It'll always be
1620
there
the
for you.
zone /bowls. We'd have all the information for you.
1620thezone.com/bowls.
/bowls.
That's good.
Be pretty cool. Easy URL to remember.
That and 4-quarter pick 'em.
Just we could start sending it to our friends. Like, hey, Bill Connolly, you want to send this out?
Just bookmark this page.
Yeah, exactly.
Use it forever and ever.
Rick wants to know if Nebraska has won its last game of the season and finishes 5-7. Does this mean that this crossover doesn't make it to a Happy New Year?
No, it means it definitely does. This, if they miss a bowl, we have to include this.
Yes,
It'd
we
be
do.
Even funnier.
Because then it'll sound really, really,
oh my
really
gosh,
funny.
we have
Just-
hell to pay
okay,
if
just
they
in
don't
case-
make a bowl game.
Just in case we're on the air right now in the last week of December,
Happy New Year.
Nebraska is 5-1 right now. And you're telling me they did not go to a bowl game?
What happened?
Bad things, Josh.
I'll tell you what happened.
How'd they lose
Too many of the Nebraska media were chugging the Kool-Aid before the
Oh.
Indiana game.
Wow.
Should have
Before the
listened to Nick
Hoosiers-
Grimm.
Before the
Mhm.
Hoosiers won 83-7.
Oh
man.
boy. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Well, Matt Rule knocked on a lot of doors. He got
did.
the word out there.
If they lose to
Put the word in the
UCLA,
streets.
John will eat mayonnaise.
No, I'm not.
You heard
doing
it here
that.
first,
No,
folks.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Doing
Wow,
that.
John.
I made
So
no
brave.
guarantees.
Good job.
I made my one guarantee for the year, and I was dead on balls accurate.
You were. That is
you
true.
said that Nebraska was going to beat the worst team it played.
and he
And
was
they
right.
almost
And they
didn't.
did.
When it was tied at
It was 0-0 at
So
halftime.
many pictures of mayonnaise were getting sent to me. A
Mhm.
lot of mayonnaise.
Nom, nom.
That game was triggering me.
Yeah.
I hated that game.
I think it triggered everybody.
I hated that.
The whole
game.
fan base was triggered during that
Second
game.
half was
That
cool.
was disgusting football.
Second half was cool. It was. Indeed it was.
So which half is Nebraska going to screw up in this game?
Oh,
First
boy.
or second?
You know what they should do? They should screw up. They should change quarters, like either the first and the fourth or the second and the third. Not sequential.
A mix
but-
and match.
yeah,
Screw the middle third.
second and fourth.
Be good in the first and the fourth. I think if they're good in the first and the fourth, they win.
Oh, but the middle third.
middle
It'd be the
third.
middle half.
The
If
middle
it's the-
half.
If it's both
well,
quarters.
the middle eight.
People love
Middle
the
eight.
middle eight.
Well, let's talk about the middle eight. You got to manage the middle eight.
Hey, I love talking about it too. But that was definitely one of those terms where normies learned about it and they were like, I'm going to start saying middle eight.
Mm-hmm.
I include myself in this. I remember when I started saying middle eight a
Now,
whole lot.
same way that people were saying Eccles now.
Hey, Eckel.
Echo.
What do you think? Okay, so what do you think about the blue zone or
No, it was
red zone plus?
Okay, yeah.
So this is at the 40.
This is the 40
What would
from the
you
40 to
rather-
the 20.
I thought it was pretty routinely called the green zone.
That's
Is
the
it?
30-yard line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what do you think about red zone plus? It's like rare plus for a state.
I prefer red zone plus.
Okay, cool.
All
That's
right.
what we're going to call it now.
Yeah.
I love
Red Zone Plus.
Or green zone plus because it's 30 and out.
Actually, that's probably the better idea. It is green zone plus. Or do we just give it a different color because it's the red zone, the green zone?
Yeah,
the
but
Yellow
but-
zone.
But does it depend
Ugh,
on the
P.
team and how good their field goal kicker is?
Oh boy. Well, for Nebraska, that's the 10-yard line.
Exactly.
Ugh. The black zone.
Well, yeah, it does.
So basically,
Indeed it does.
Nebraska's got a red zone to the 20.
Yeah.
And then it has a go for it zone from the 20 to the 40.
Basically.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Go for it zone.
Oh, we
we're
call
just
it the
going
gopher zone.
Gopher zone?
No,
The
there's
Raiola zone.
There's a gopher in the conference. We don't need to.
The Raiola zone.
So what was your score pick?
The potential pooch punt zone.
Oh, boy. What was your pick?
Yes, what
Capper?
was your score pick? Please put it on tape so that this crossover becomes ironically
Well, it's on tape.
funny.
You can go back and listen to it, or listen to me
This
say
is
it
the
right
crossover.
now.
This
Yes,
is for the
yes,
cross,
thank
the
you.
best of
Yeah.
crossover.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
When it gets in the
The Happy
January.
New Year. Yeah.
27-21, Nebraska.
For
Beats
all that
Indiana.
trash you talked, you didn't have a bigger score margin, huh? Figured you go like 30.
Well, I don't think that
30
they're
to
bad.
10. Oh, okay.
I don't think that Indiana's bad.
Okay. That'd be a fun show for Gary and Austin. 27-21.
27-21.
And it make for a good week of shows next week. Maybe
I like the
people would-
unders for the record.
Yeah, you do.
I like the unders.
John brought up something earlier this week about how every year that we have been on the air, the atmosphere before the Ohio State game always sucks, and no
Yep.
one's ever
It's like
excited.
a funeral.
Great take.
If they beat Indiana, maybe people are
it might
finally
be different.
a little excited.
Yeah.
A little excited.
The only exception is the year that they came here in Frost's second year
19.
when game day was.
Yeah.
People were excited for that.
Remember when they
People were
ran
excited.
the option, that one series?
That was a cool drive.
That was
and then they
awesome.
threw a pick.
They threw a pick immediately.
But that was when they were already down 14. so-
Correct.
Remember the first kickoff when they got a holding penalty?
I
and-
made the first possession.
I hate that game.
So they threw a pick right in
Yes.
the end zone.
No.
Or
No,
They
there was an
threw
interception.
one on
somebody
their.
got away with a pass interference.
I think that was the interception on their first drive, which came in deep in their own territory.
Yes.
After they returned the kick and had a holding or a block in the back.
So
like
stupid.
they started the drive at their 9-yard line or something. It's
Yeah.
like you are already behind the sticks.
So
and then they threw the pick,
Mhm.
and then they got down 14, but then they had the option
They ran
drive,
the option.
and then they
Dedrick
did the
Mills,
option
then he
pass,
threw a pick.
and then he threw a pick. And the game was over, and I left.
It
at
was like
halftime.
10 miles behind Wandale.
Yeah, that was a bad game. That game sucked.
That was a rotten game.
Awful.
Yeah.
Awful. So they're what, 20-point underdogs right now? The look ahead's there.
Oh, is it?
I believe so, yeah. Nebraska and Ohio State.
I already have my score pick for that game, depending on what happens tomorrow.
Wow.
I think it's 20 or 21, somewhere in that range.
20 and a half.
20 and a half, yeah.
So here's my thought right now on the game next week. What did Iowa lose by? 28, 35-7?
28.
So I'm thinking somewhere in that neighborhood. 38-14.
But Nebraska's a quarterback.
Yeah, they do. They do. But that's kind of the neighborhood that I'm hanging out in right now.
Is Nebraska
38-14.
Iowa with a quarterback?
Poll question.
And how good is Iowa with a quarterback?
Yeah. And how good is Nebraska's defense? Maybe that's too many points for Ohio State. I don't know. They just seem so good. We have a lot of wide receivers.
Well,
Mecca Buka would be the best receiver on 133 teams in the country, but he plays with Jeremiah Smith.
mhm.
Crazy.
It's unfortunate
That
for him.
is- and
Although
for-
it doesn't really matter because they just all go in the first round anyway.
they'll
That's
be fine.
true.
Yes, they will be just fine. But yeah, that's my early lean on next week. Is just somewhere in the 30s, somewhere in the teens.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
maybe
acceptable.
maybe a cover, maybe
It's not
not a cover.
62-38. It's not 62 to
3.
3.
Yeah, just don't lose 62-3.
No.
That would be a bummer.
That would be
But I don't have
pretty tough.
overreaction, so you know, it wouldn't affect me that much.
It would certainly check the box of this is 2016 all over again if they lost.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to
60.
hear that crap. Yeah, good take. I don't want that.
Yeah, because
Lose
we're
by
already,
20.
we're already hearing people comparing Indiana to 2016 Nebraska.
Yeah, that is stupid.
We can't. And by the way, we can't use the same analogy twice in the same year.
Yeah, you got to pick a side. Is
That's
Nebraska
right.
or is
Pick a
Iowa
side.
2016
Yeah.
Nebraska? Yeah,
Good
good point, John. They both can't be 2016 Nebraska.
Only one can.
All right, this will be embarrassing when it plays in December.
Wow.
So, a provisional Happy
Happy
New Year.
Oh man.
If Nebraska loses, it's Happy New. If Nebraska doesn't win a game the rest of the
Yeah,
season,
Nebraska doesn't make a bowl game.
it's Happy New Year. Yikes! Yikes!
I guarantee it. They will not lose out. That is my guarantee. You can take that to the bank.
Oh, mayonnaise.
I'll eat mayonnaise. Sure.
Well, of course
Can
he
I
will.
take it to a credit union instead?
What about like cheese on a hamburger or something?
Deal. Sign me up.
All
Okay,
right.
it's actually getting better. What's next? The 3-piece from Popeyes, all thighs.
I don't know. What do you not eat? Because you're a child.
I've never had a tomato raw. That could be fun.
Eat a raw tomato.
Eat a
I'll eat a
raw
raw
tomato.
tomato.
All right.
Yeah.
Eat a raw tomato with a MAGA hat.
No, okay, no. that would could
There we
age
go,
in a
John.
very particular way. In December,
It'd
very
be,
particular
it
way.
would be really funny though, because if he loses,
But if he wins,
I mean, it's a pretty big guarantee. You seem
Yeah,
confident
that's true.
about
You're
it.
very confident.
I know, but I don't.
Tomato with a MAGA hat.
Tomato with
One
a
more
MAGA
game.
hat.
It's all it takes.
Think of all the red on the screen.
They're not going to lose out. Sure, why not?
Yeah,
Yes. Tomato.
Anticipation of Josh to eating a tomato like an apple. Of course, it's like oozing all over the place.
With the MAGA hat on.
With the MAGA hat on.
Incredible radio.
Sure, why not?
Provisional Happy New Year.
Provisional Happy New Year.
There we go.
I have it in.
All
With an
right.
asterisk.
All right.
Oh, that's
Asterisk.
great.
Oh.
All right, Connor, have a great weekend.
Okay.
Bye,
goodbye.
Ever.
We got to go because we got a show on 1620 The Zone.
O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It is a One Beer Friday and a big game coming up tomorrow. And what is at stake for Nebraska? We can tackle that now.
Is it Rare Plus?
Of a whole lot more.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
What's going on? What do you mean? Sorry, you can say welcome. It's a Friday. We get pumped on Friday.
I forgot to upload that. John sent it to me. I screwed up.
Wow.
I'm sorry, John.
John spent time working on that.
John did spend time working on it.
That's what he does on Thursdays, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Spent a lot of time. A lot of time. Much time was spent on this.
The open started, and I was thinking, wow, I don't feel as fired up as I normally do. What happened?
I sent it last night. When I'm done with it, I sent it.
He did. That is one of the things he sent early.
It wasn't
today.
something early.
Wow.
It wasn't anything late, man.
Well.
It was last night at probably like 8:30 Central Time.
Well,
Okay.
let's do that. Give a preamble, John. Let her rip.
Who's your daddy?
University of Nebraska football is on the air.
Quarterback gives off to Durazio, and I don't think he made it. I think Nebraska will take over. Force those gambles.
You can feel it in the air, like lightning on the edge of the night.
Goodbye. Touchdown, Indiana.
You can feel it everywhere. There's a party time all over tonight.
To the outside with a 5, and he is in. Touchdown for Iron Baller.
Friday night, the great night of football.
How special was that moment with Coach Knight?
So much, man. He's my father figure, really.
Friday night, the great night of football. Victory night, and the fifth down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
It's a pick in midfield for Sierra.
How about that?
You know everybody needs body contact once in a while.
Touchdown. Another beautiful ball. Miles Cross.
You got to grab the chance to run wild. Friday night, the great night for football.
Man, woman, and child is gone.
Time is time, ready to do it. Friday night, the great night of football.
6 points, Nebraska.
Victory night, and the fifth down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Oh, that care for Columbus. They are demons.
In this prime time jungle,
Pitches off the hip for last minute.
every crumble is a rumble.
He's to the 30, 35,
Every seat's the 50-yard line.
40, 45, 50.
Cheers to have a good time.
Costa, nobody with him in the backfield. Takes the snap. He's in the end zone. He throws long down the near sideline. It's a jump ball. And it is it's intercepted. Intercepted by Nebraska. Nebraska has the football. Kareem Moss, and the national championship is Nebraska.
Friday night, the great night of football. The Captain Stallions are ready to do it. Friday night, the great night of football. Victory night, and let's get down to it. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. We got a great night of football tonight.
Now it feels feels like a Friday, and there's a game this weekend involving the local 22. Because, you got 11 starters on offense. Oh, and you got to count the special teams. 30. Yeah. Oh, we don't count the special teams around here. All right, here we go on a One Beer Friday, brought to you by Cross Strain.
Nice.
That's more.
You can't
like
say
it.
nice, Nick. When you forgot it, we could say it. Nice.
Forgetting it doesn't disclose me.
It does.
Disclose doesn't mean I can't think it's a good thing.
Interesting.
I just forgot. I've been busy.
Oh, interesting.
It's a good thing.
I have
Some
a
say the
question
best
about
of
that
things.
song.
Yeah.
So what? It's from a movie, right?
Yes, from The Last Boy Scout.
So-
we may have to pull that out
Yeah, just for the song.
just for the song.
The-
It's right at the beginning of the movie.
Oh,
too.
really?
Yeah.
The
Then we can
lyric
turn it
in,
off.
The lyric in that song says the Cats and the Stallions are ready to do it.
Yes.
So are they the only two football teams that exist in this universe, or does it imply that they have a
Well, no.
separate song for every matchup that could
Yeah,
possibly
it's just
happen?
like when Carrie Underwood does the Sunday Night Football theme. This week it'll be the Steelers and the Jets are ready to go.
Wow, it's like
gross.
she's here.
Yeah,
You see how much she gets paid for that?
yeah.
Did you
it's
see that?
It's ridiculous.
Did you see, Nick?
No.
$1 million for every.
Oh.
She records them all in like April or something.
Yeah.
May. She records all of them in one day. $18 million.
Yeah.
I bet that's a long day, though.
Yes, it is probably.
Yes, it's a
day.
long day,
Yeah.
but she's a singer; she's kind of used to it.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yes, in this fantasy world, yes, there's probably other teams in this league in which the song was done, but
It's just
In-
hyper
but
specific.
for this particular movie, it was the Cats and the Stallions
They're
are
ready to
ready
do it.
to do it.
I'm pumped. I'm excited to be here. I get to participate in a One Beer Friday instead of just sitting here jealous of you two. I can't wait to pop open a beer.
You gonna have a fairy nectar?
Of course I'm going to have a fairy nectar, Nick. What else would I have? Though there are many great beers from Cross Strain, but I will absolutely be having a fairy nectar today.
A Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Guardians fry the
Nice.
Yankees,
Oh,
and
they
the Dodgers
didn't
are.
fry them.
Oh my gosh, Nick.
Oh,
Go Yankees.
We'll have to explain.
Yeah, do you not get the joke?
The
I think I do.
he'll get it in a minute.
Oh my
Dodgers
gosh.
poised for the pennant.
Yeah.
How much will special teams get in the way of an upset?
Oh, that's a bummer of a question.
Many things at stake for the Big Red. Tony Bennett retires. We got the press conference. We found out the why and the timeline. We'll have that for you coming up. Kent's
Okay.
Movie Club today.
College basketball in
The
October?
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Mm,
It's an SEC supercard.
it is.
This is like WrestleMania 8, man, when you had the Hulkster against Sid Justice and Ric Flair versus the Macho Man. It was a double main event. You got a double main event in the SEC.
Yeah.
You can pick which wrestler represents which SEC team. Also, the other college football games of the week. We have a super rematch, and NFC North control is at stake
Oh, yeah.
in the NFL this weekend. Predictions and key party. And yes, again, it's a Cross Strain One Beer Friday.
Lovely. Good to be here.
All right.
Good to be here.
So now we get to explain to Nick why the Guardians fried the Yankees. This was an awesome baseball game. This was a great baseball game. A lot of great action. You had Stanton and Judge going back to back, breaking the hearts of Cleveland. And then Cleveland had a chance early in the ninth inning, then a double play. Then they had another chance. And this is what happened. The great Tom Hamilton. Here are the 2 home runs of significance.
Swung on and hammered. High, deep to left. Away out of here. Swung on, hit high, hit deep to left. There she goes. How about that? A walk-off, 2-run home run to the bleachers and left by David Fry. And the magical 2024 season season is not done by any means.
I get the joke now.
Good.
Thank you.
Very good, Nick.
I was
Thank
watching it from a booth, and the TV playing the game was very tiny.
Mm.
The call last
What a
night by
moment.
Brian Anderson was pretty good on the Jonkinski Noel home run because he's talking about Merry Christmas and what a great present under the tree.
That was awesome.
Really good
That
call.
was so good.
And I think there was a Spanish call too that was Feliz Navidad.
Oh, really?
So everyone was having fun with Jonkinski Noel last night. But wow, what a great finish! Great finish last night. Cleveland is, as you heard, they're not dead yet. Mets, on the other hand, yeah, they're pretty much toast.
Oh, that is toast.
Yeah.
That is toast. I saw a tweet
Yeah.
from
I think the whole thing about losing the game or winning game one by 9-0 or more
it continues to be proven true.
well, no, it's going to be wrong this time.
Oh, it's going to be proven wrong. My
because
bad.
the Dodgers won game one
that's right.
9-0.
That's right. Yeah.
But in the history of baseball playoffs,
Yeah.
any team that won the first game of a playoff series in a shutout by at least 9 runs went on to lose the series.
Mhm.
Now, the Mets could come back, which would make the stat even greater because if you came back from 3-1 down and having to win 2 games in LA to do it, I mean, that would be awful damn cool.
Yeah, I saw a tweet from a Mets fan yesterday that was like, yeah, this team is a little better than the Phillies. It's like, man, they look good, man. They look very, very good.
By the way, what time?
4:00. I just checked. 4:08 for game number 4 of the Channel 27. If you
Of the
remember
American League series.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Channel 27.
Yeah, the American League series.
Yeah, exactly. And they're
Go Yankees.
Oh, no.
No, it should. Is it on?
No. I think the National League series is first.
Okay. Oh yeah, the NLCS was the later game last night. My bad. Yeah. So is that on? That's on FS1.
That's on.
There it is.
Sexy
There it
Foxy.
is. Okay.
Foxy.
All right. Cool.
All right. 402-951-1620. It's the 42 degrees the source hotline by your mother's house.
Nice.
You can also text on that same line, 402-951-1620. Email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Equitable Bank Inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And we have a typical Bob Bishop poll question.
Classic.
For you today on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Pick us a winner, Bobby. Nebraska, Indiana. Do the Huskers win? Do they not win but cover the 6.5? Or does Indiana win by 7 or more? Go vote, go vote, go vote, go vote. Right now, J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. And that's the Grum. That's what's
Friday.
coming up. That's a Friday.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day. It's a little windy, but you know what? It's a beautiful day.
Dude, have you looked at the forecast for next Friday when we're at Roncalli?
No.
I expected us to need blankets and coats. We will need T-shirts and shorts. It's going to be in the 70s.
Sunscreen.
We'll be covered.
We'll be
thankfully.
covered. We're going to get the
in
cover
the
thing.
70s next week as we enjoy.
As long as the internet works.
Yeah,
It does.
Indeed, it does.
Confirmed
It does today.
It does today. That's
Will
true.
it tomorrow?
I can't
Will it
wait to
next
be
Friday?
there.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
that'll be next Friday. We'll be at Roncalli.
Oh yeah.
So when we come back, we'll discuss the special teams equation of all of this because we really haven't addressed the special teams.
No, we've talked mainly offense and defense this week.
Coming up.
Yeah.
1620 the zone. Hey, there's still time. Get your picks in for four-quarter pick'em. $2,500 at stake this weekend. We've given away 5 of these. This is number 6. So make sure you go to 1620thezone.com. Make those picks right now. It is absolutely free. And it could take you less than a minute.
Yeah, seriously.
Think about that. Think about that hourly wage. You did it in a minute. So,
oh, wow.
That's 2,500 times. No, that's times, dummy. Geez.
Here, I can help you out, John.
There we go. That's $150,000.
An hour.
An hour.
Math is hard.
So what would
$150,000 an hour.
What would that mean for times 40? So what'd your paycheck be? That'd be $6 million.
Yeah.
Dang. A week, so $12 million.
Get yourself paid like Deshaun Watson without the trouble.
Wow, that's 312. No, wait, let's see. Yeah, $312 million a year. That is,
so start your way to $312 million.
When you put it that way, that could be next year's $312 million giveaway divided by all of these numbers.
Yeah,
put it in the fine print.
I'm guessing the bean counters and the lawyerly nerds will say no, you can't say it that way. But either way, it's $2,500. You know where to go. 1620thezone.com. We've broken down this matchup in different ways. We've certainly compared the offenses and the defenses. We've talked about strength versus strength, weakness versus weakness, but there is one area we have not really addressed very much this week, and that is
special
the
teams.
unmentionable.
Yeah. They're pretty bad, man.
Yeah.
They're among the worst in the entire country.
Yeah.
They are not good. If you look right now at SP Plus, Nebraska's special teams ranks, and remember, their defense is first. Their special teams ranks 126th. If you're wondering.
In K Ford, they're 130 in special teams.
By the way, if you're saying, all right, where does Indiana rank?
Where does Indiana rank?
Numero uno.
Wait, what?
In SP Plus, Indiana special teams is the best in the entire country.
Wow, this is interesting. K Ford has them at 33rd. Still good, but not even close to first.
Yeah, not elite.
So that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting how, and it all depends on how these different analysts, weigh certain things of special teams. Either way, it is a lopsided matchup.
Yes.
Theoretically, it is a lopsided matchup in favor of Indiana. So then the question becomes.
That's why we gave them 1 yesterday, by the way.
Yes. Can Nebraska, will special teams be the thing that gets in the way? Because most of the picks I'm seeing,
like in terms of the scores?
If it's Nebraska that they're picking, which a lot of people are, at least in this area, they're picking a 1-score game.
Yes.
So
Apper's score in the crossover was 27-21. One-score game.
So if the special teams matchup were average, you would anticipate it's probably a 2-score win because good special a really lopsided special teams matchup is probably like close to a touchdown difference.
Yeah. Well, again, you continue to wonder how, and I guess I'll just start with field goal kicking. How does the kicking game affect their play calling? What does it mean for 4-down situation? What does it mean for how close they need to feel to be comfortable? Is there a distance to which they will feel comfortable kicking a field goal? Because as has been pointed out many, many times now, the issues are not just the leg of the kicker. The issues are not just the mental fortitude of the kicker. The issues are also snapping and holding and then the actual kicking component. And so there's a part of me that could see them saying, no distance is comfortable. We're going for it. Barring it being 4th and 13 from the 10. No, that's impossible. 4th and 13 from the 20-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't kick a field goal at 4th and 13 from the 20, what are we doing here? What are we really doing here? So that's the question that I have. And then there are all the other components too of, punt coverage, kickoff return, punt return. At the very least, they haven't been a net negative in punt returns yet. They're not gaining much, but they're not fumbling it either. Knock on all the wood that you have. But that's the thing that I just continue to wonder is how does it affect play calling? How does it affect decision making? And if they actually do decide to kick it and they miss it again or it doesn't go well again, they're going to reach a point where they can't. They just cannot do it anymore because it's a waste of a play. It's better to try on 4th and 8 than it would be to kick. We'll see.
Indiana has only given up 6 punt return yards this year.
Okay.
They're 27th in kickoff return yardage allowed. Not much in terms of punt returns. They're only 79th. They average almost 8 yards a punt return. So, nothing necessarily to write home about. They're perfect on field goals, but they've only attempted 4. Now, a lot of that's because Indiana's finished drives. They've just finished with 6s and not 3s. So that's probably a big reason why. They do have, where's my dramatic over? Oh, here it is. They do have one kick block this year.
No, that's not good.
So
not great.
Just to give you an idea of
not great
what it is they're facing. But a lot of this isn't necessarily what Indiana has done. It's what Nebraska is doing to themselves. And in a game like this, where both teams are pretty good at mitigating turnovers, a kick block is a turnover.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. It's a momentum, possession changing, field position changing event.
Yep.
And you worry about, you have to. You have to worry about, especially a punt block. The field goal block, we all know, it was mainly because the snap was high and it threw up the timing of the whole play. But the punt block,
dude,
right? That's all. That's all
blocks.
3 of them.
Well, 2 against Rutgers.
2 against Rutgers, but 3 total.
What was the other one?
Colorado
game. Yeah. Ugh.
Those were all just blowing assignments, tactical errors.
And dude, it looked
not recognizing it. The fact that Nebraska's gunners have been more like squirt guns.
Dude, the first one, especially, like, a punt block's going to happen occasionally where a player just makes an athletic play, dives across, gets the ball just in time. They tackled him, essentially. I mean, remember they knocked him out of the game,
yes,
we thought. They kicked the crap out of him. Got to do better. They cannot do that. Yeah, and that's a great point. Again, I keep focusing so much on special team or on field goal kicking because it's leaving points on the scoreboard or taking points off the scoreboard. But the punts, man, if they get stopped in a game where possessions seemingly are going to matter very, very much, you got to protect him. You got to protect Buschini because he's also done a good job at flipping the field.
He has done a great job at flipping the field. He's had a great season in terms of punting. He's averaging almost 8 yards more per punt than he did all of last year.
Yeah.
And this is, again, you're mitigating turnovers, but you're really giving back possessions because of poor special teams.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, what is Nebraska? They're +7 in turnover margin this year. Is that the right number?
It's either +6 or +7.
+6 or +7.
Yeah.
Take out the kick. If you count the kick blocks against them,
even now.
They're basically even.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, and hell, if you count field goals missed too, given that that's many drives that are not finishing, turnover on downs, suddenly, and look, that's not to say their defense has not gotten their own takeaways and turnovers on down, and Rutgers missed 2 or 1. They missed for sure the 1 field goal.
Mm-hmm.
I think they missed 2. So they've been the beneficiary as well, but those are turnovers. You are giving them the ball. And especially, a field goal, especially a longer field goal, you're giving them the ball with great field position.
Yes, you are.
Great field position.
So I really, again, this is another game where Nebraska, I'm not going to include it in my keys this week, only because I feel like it's a broken record.
Special teams?
But they just need to not be a disaster.
Yeah.
I'm, again, asking, please don't be a disaster.
I'm with you. I did not have anything related to special teams today because it's the same every week.
I'm not asking you to be a game changer. I'm not asking you to be a difference maker like it used to be back when Nebraska actually was good at these things.
Yeah.
I'm just asking you, don't screw it up.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, putting someone, hey, keep an eye on the cake. Make sure the cake doesn't collapse in the oven. Just sit there and watch it. And if you start to see it move, then you call me and I'll come in and I'll take the cake out. And then you're sitting there and you're watching the cake, and then you just start, you start staring into the sky, and then you get distracted by a squirrel outside the window, and pretty soon the cake collapses. And
is that what happens to a cake if you overcook it? It collapses?
Well, certain kinds of cake, not every kind of cake.
Yeah.
I was trying to come up with an analogy, but basically, it's like, hey, keep an eye on this pet rock for me. Don't allow this pet rock to get away. This is how bad it is, folks, on special teams for Nebraska. Just don't let the pet rock get away. And then the dude falls asleep in the chair, and the pet rock is gone.
It's a pet rock. It can't even move.
It can't even move.
2 weeks ago when we did our keys, I think my key for special teams was literally like, I just don't want to talk about you. And then I had to talk about
We had to talk about you.
Yeah, not great.
We've had to talk about you 2 weeks. Well, really, 3 weeks in a row. Well, really. Well, not so much against Northern Iowa. 4 out of the last 5 weeks we've talked about you.
Starting with the Colorado game.
Yeah.
We didn't talk about him against
way.
UTEP. We didn't talk about him against Northern Iowa.
No.
Every other game, we're basically talking about him. Travis says an underbaked cake will cave. I guess I was imagining the cake doing that in the oven.
Yeah,
so you're saying you take it out and then
again, it wasn't the best analogy. I like the pet rock one better because it seems so simple.
it does seem easy.
It just seems simple. Just don't screw it up.
Yeah, it does seem pretty
Then
easy.
you find out your rock is possessed.
Well, hey, spoiler alert for the movie.
Oh?
Here is Scott on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Good afternoon, Scott. Happy One Beer Friday.
Hey, same to you guys. Looking forward to having one.
Oh, yeah.
First, I want to ask you guys a question before I hang up and get your number. What's your number for Nebraska rushing yards where you say, okay, that's a good start for the outcome being what we'd like? I think I'm in the 1 range, but what's each of your guys'
you broke up there. The what?
Guys' number?
What was the number?
What's your number?
What was
your number? You broke up, Scott. What was your number?
My number's probably 120.
Oh,
first one that came to my mind, Scott, was 150.
That was mine too, but
okay.
Yeah,
I can be
could be lowered.
I can be talked into something lower and lowering expectations a little bit. Nebraska, by the way, they are averaging. Doesn't have the average on here. So what's 820 divided by 6? That's
120.
That's 120.
Okay,
that's not.
And
great.
I guess we didn't really talk about how many carries, but anyway. Second thing, I'd love to get your guys' thoughts. I'm probably like a lot of folks. I haven't seen much of Indiana. In your opinion, from what you've seen, are they a big play chunk offense, or are they, hey, we're basically 12, 13, 14 plays a drive? And whatever they are, in your opinion, how do you think that stacks up to our defense and where our strengths and weaknesses are? Thank you, guys. Have an outstanding weekend.
You too, Scott. I don't want to step too much on the key party, but I have something exactly in line with that question. I will tell you this. In terms of like those short, this is going to be an oxymoron, the short big plays, because on CFB stats, they have long scrimmage plays, and it starts with plays of 10 yards or more. They are seventh in the country in 10-yard or more. 20 yards or more, they are 10th in the country. When you start getting into the bigger plays, that's when they start dropping. But they're really, really good at those. Nebraska's defense for those two stats are 65th and 72nd. That was the Nebraska's offense. On defense, they're 41st and 2nd. So Nebraska does a really good job at stopping what Indiana has been able to do.
Yes.
So I'll have more on that later, but they're really, really good. And again, not to step on things too much, but I hit on this yesterday. They very rarely get into third downs. It is wild how much success they have on first and second down. They have had so few. They've had it's basically 10 a game so far, third downs. And the most third downs that a team has this year is in the 120 range.
And even the third downs they face, a lot of them are short.
Exactly. So like this is a team.
So they are dominating on first and second down.
They're great on first and second down. And when they have thirds, they're short. And so what do? They still convert. And so they are the success rate. That's a number to look at tomorrow afternoon when this game is over. Because success rate is 4 yards on first down, 3 yards on second down, and then converting on third or fourth. If their success rate number is low, dude, I think Nebraska wins. If their success rate is bad or it's way less than their average, that's how Nebraska can win this game. Is just getting off the field, putting them in third and long.
Yeah, the numbers this year offensively, this is comparing offense to offense. So on success rate, which is, again, it's basically the layman's way to explain success rate is it's staying ahead of the chains.
Yes, great.
It's staying on schedule, at least staying on schedule, if not better than being on schedule.
Yep.
53.6% success rate, second in the country. Nebraska's not bad offensively in success rate, 45%. That's 36th. But, in a lot of these different categories, they're just really, really solid. And then if you want to flip the script a little bit, success rate defensively, believe it or not, Indiana's actually better than Nebraska defensively in success rate, keeping teams behind the chains.
Yeah.
Indiana 36%, 20th. Nebraska 37%, 31st. So it's close, but Indiana's just a little bit more successful in keeping teams behind the chains. But yes, absolutely. I think we talk so much about the key is third down stops. Honestly,
for them,
the key to Indiana is first down stops.
Yep.
Second down stops, and make them predictable on third and long, which is 9 times out of 10 a passing down.
Yep. Dude, their run, because we talk about them, their passing game gets all the exploits, and it should. Their run game is really, really good.
Yeah.
Their run game is really, really good. And if they're allowed to run, and then every down, they can do whatever they want, game over. You cannot allow them to get into situations where the full playbook is at their disposal.
Yeah.
And when that happens, they win.
Yeah. If they're in a spot where they're running a lot of RPO, run pass option, they are the highest graded offense in the country in RPO, and they're third in EPA per play.
And why is that? Because they can be unpredictable.
They can be unpredictable.
They get to do what they want to do.
Yes.
When it is 2nd and 5, again, whole playbook at your disposal.
Mm-hmm.
You can run, you can throw. When it's 3rd and 9, that is a passing down. You know that they're going to pass the ball.
Mm-hmm.
When it is 3rd and 3, they can do whatever they want. Can't allow that to happen.
More on that side of the matchup a little bit later on when we get to our key party. Still to come, Count's Movie Club with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But coming up next, Tony Bennett. We found out yesterday at this time that he was retiring. Well, we actually heard from the now former Virginia basketball head coach and the reasons why. And certainly there will be some takes on this. That'll be coming up next.
Brandon writes, on a related note, I'm suddenly hungry for cake.
Cake is good.
I think it's a little overrated, but I'll eat a slice.
Cake
You
is
think
very
cake
good.
is overrated?
Mm-hmm. That's not my favorite dessert. I'd rather have ice cream or cookies.
I think it took
brownies.
It took me years
Which
to.
is kind of a form of cake.
Fair.
I do
Little-
like brownies more.
It's a little.
It's more condensed. It's more.
Yeah, what's the word
There's
I'm
more
looking
mass.
Dense. That's the word,
dense.
John.
Yeah.
It is more dense.
It took me years, I think, to pin down my favorite flavor of cake.
Yeah.
You know, because for years you'd be like, I guess it's this, because it's whatever your parents.
What's
would
your
get you.
favorite flavor?
Lemon blueberry.
Ugh, no thanks. I'm good.
Interesting.
What's the white cake? Vanilla?
Yeah, usually.
I think I like that slightly more than chocolate.
Well, sometimes
That's why we call you
not
Vanilla
all.
Josh.
I don't believe all white cake is vanilla.
Oh,
I don't think
Because like wedding cake, that's white cake, but that's almond.
that
it's
is
almond.
okay. That's my favorite.
Yeah, that's all. That's
wedding
more
cake is
almond
very.
based.
Wedding cake is very good.
Yeah, very good. Very, very.
Indeed, it was.
The Cake Boys.
We'll hear why Tony Bennett stepped down and more on that, including there's a Creighton connection in this.
Okay.
We'll tell you about next on 1620 The Zone. After a national championship in a dozen years with copious amounts of success at Virginia, just a couple of weeks before the start of the season, Tony Bennett shocked everyone by announcing that he was retiring yesterday. And as we talked about, and you read a quote from Bennett from ACC Media Days just a week ago that seemed to tip off that this was motivated by a fact that Bennett has become disenfranchised with the new world order of college athletics.
Yeah.
Well, today at his news conference, he basically confirmed that. Here's one of the things he said very early on in his news conference, talking about having to come to grips with the fact that he is not built for this.
And if you're going to do it, you got to be all in. You got to have everything. And if you do it half-hearted, it's not fair to the university and those young men. So, and looking at it, that's what made me step down. There's still a way in this environment. There's a way with Carla and President Ryan and the board to do it and hold to our values. But it's complicated. And to admit, honestly, that I'm not equipped to do this is humbling.
A little bit later on, because a lot of the question, of course, is, well, this isn't something, we've known that all of this stuff was coming down the pike for a while now.
Why now?
Why now? Here was Tony Bennett on the timeline.
And fall break, Laurel and I went away to a beautiful place we found. I think it was the Tides Inn on the Rappahannock, and it was beautiful, and just sat and talked and said, and just I was honest with myself and started feeling some of those things again, and realized again that stuff. But it was at that time, and I even shared it, I think, at ACC Media Day, my concerns for where the game is. But there's still great things about the game, but there needs to be change in it for it to go forward, because I'm worried about the opportunities that aren't going to be present for a lot of the Olympic sports. And there's so many wonderful things about college athletics, and I know it has to change, but I hope it will change and it will get back to some regulations and guardrails so it can be what it's supposed to be about and adapt to the new model, because it is a billion-dollar industry. I understand that, but there's things that need to change.
So he said, he admitted he was, feeling some of these things at the end of last season. And, there was a lot of basically compromising, I guess, for lack of a better term, of, maybe, trying to tamp down those feelings just a little bit. But then just a week or so ago, going on fall break, when he had a chance to actually sit down and decompress. And he did make an interesting point about the calendar, because of the transfer portal. Usually at the end of the season, coaches can maybe take a deep breath and decompress.
Not anymore.
But not anymore. It's go, go, go. So really last week, fall break was that first chance for him to truly decompress, get away from it, get away with his wife. And that's when the realization hit him that this is the time. Final comment, and then we'll have our opinion. But here's Bennett more on just how college sports is not in a good place right now. Tony Bennett.
The game and college athletics is not in a healthy spot. It's not. And there needs to be change. And it's not going to go back. I think I was equipped to do the job here the old way. And that's who I am. And that's how it was. And my staff has buoyed me along to get to this point. But there needs to be change. It's going to be closer to a professional model, Coach Carlisle. I think it is, where there's got to be collective bargaining. There has to be a restriction on the salary pool that teams can spend. There has to be transfer regulation restrictions. There has to be some limits on the agent involvement to these young guys. And there are good agents and there are bad agents, and they're driving some of this stuff that we're in. And I worry a lot about the mental health of the student athletes as all this stuff comes down. And it's sometimes when you're in it, you have to step away, and maybe I can be an advocate for the student athletes and the coaches to get the changes. But this is a place that will not compromise and do it the right way. And I wish it could be me, but it can't.
Could you play just like the first 5 seconds? Because
the game and college athletics is not in a healthy spot. It's not. And there needs to be change. and it's not going to go back. I think I was equipped to do the job here the old way.
All right, you can stop it there. So I've made reference to this book recently. I actually just finished it earlier this week. It's called The Price: What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos. It came out a couple months ago. I was able to get a copy of it. Armin Katayan and John Talty, they wrote this book. And it essentially tells the story of recent college football with the majority of the focus on last season, about 2023. And it focuses on a handful of coaches. Jed Fish, then at Washington. Mike Locksley, then and still at Maryland. Jim Harbaugh, obviously we know his story. And then like a couple of quarterbacks, but Nick Saban. And Nick Saban is kind of the real big through line of the book. The book, I believe, starts with him. The book ends with him. And he shows up at various points throughout it. And that exact thought is said to have weighed on him and to have weighed on his wife, Terry, who is quoted in this book about how he was able to succeed in the old rules of the sport. And it talks about the discount, if you will, that in this new era that players were willing to sign up for in terms of NIL, because it was a short-term gains for a long-term success. And long-term for this is making the NFL, coming from the school of Nick Saban. But how much he struggled and how much Terry, his wife, struggled with where the sport was moving forward. And it also helps that he is in his 70s, whereas Tony Bennett is not.
He's in his 50s.
So, because the obvious question to come out of this, of course, is, are college sports in a bad place? And what does this mean that we have lost another successful champion,
Very successful
right?
coach,
It's like, that's the question. And I don't honestly feel like I'm equipped to answer, because there's always going to be another coach who will come in and do the job. Like, there will be a new coach of Virginia basketball, and that coach will have success.
His top assistant is taking.
There will still be
year.
16 teams that make the Sweet 16, 8 teams that make the Elite 8, 4 teams that make the final. So, like, this isn't a thing that we will lose now moving forward. I like, on one hand, I applaud the guy for recognizing, like, I am not meant for this version of college basketball, or college sports in general, while also wondering, what is the fix? What are the guardrails, and how can things get better for the future? And those are the questions that I know we have theories on.
Yeah, and quite frankly, right now there are so shockingly few. I mean, we've gone 180 in the opposite direction. It used to be uber restrictive, where Eric Crouch couldn't eat a ham sandwich on a trip, to now, pretty much everything seems to be legal, or at least damn close to it, where there's not a lot of restriction. And the truth and the answer is somewhere in the middle. The problem is the middle is a gaping chasm right now from where it used to be to what it is. And so how do you find that middle? Oh, and by the way, attorneys are involved and laws are involved and all of this other stuff. And certainly, and I know he mentions Carla, the president at Virginia. One of the things she said was, well, here's another example of why we need congressional legislation. And a lot of times people will push back at leaders in college athletics who say, well, we're going to need congressional help here. The bottom line is this: the only way you're going to be able to change some of this stuff is, you will need some laws enacted, because guess what? They're, like, right now talking about conference realignment and creating super leagues. They would have to go to Congress to be able to allow college sports to pool all of their resources under one umbrella. They would have to do that. So there would be that, and that's not even related to necessarily what Bennett is talking about here. But because so many people are, creating, suing because of what has happened here. There's so many different things under attack right now. It's almost like I'm not sure, what it is that you defend. But at some point, there has to be some guardrails for what is happening here.
Isn't the big issue with that then? Because I'm with you. The guardrail that they need to put in place is the one that they don't want to do. And that is that they are employees, and then they would not be allowed to leave, and you would sign contracts, and you would be under a contract for X amount of years, whether it's a scholarship contract or just straight Legal, total in-house pay for play. That is the answer. That is the answer. But that's not what they're going to go kicking and screaming into it. And eventually it's going to happen. It's just, is it tomorrow? Is it 10 years from now? Is it somewhere in between?
And honestly, I mean, and you heard him, Bennett, mention Olympic sports. That's the problem, right? I wonder how much, if there was a way that you could make athletes employees and be able to collectively bargain, sign contracts, all that other stuff, while still being able to preserve Olympic sports. Because the difference is, you're not going to make a track athlete an employee. Why? Why would you?
Because that sport loses.
That sport loses money. It does not make money.
It's not even at zero. Those track and field is the most expensive sports out there.
It is, because it's obviously roster sizes are enormous because you have a lot of track athletes with all the different disciplines that exist. So that's the trick, right? And I don't know how you solve that problem. I mean, it's kind of similar to what we're facing here in Omaha and locally with some of our high school football programs and some of the other high school sports. Is you have some schools who have gone all in on athletics, and others who do it because it's tradition and because they've always offered it, but they're not.
In a way, that's why there are all these other sports, and we talk about it all the time, right? Like, what is the purpose of track and field? What is the purpose of cross country at the collegiate level? And, we as a society have put so much value on just making money versus it's about learning and it's about the opportunities. Because that's what it is now. It is an opportunity for free education and the opportunity to be competitive.
Yeah.
But what is college football for? Money. Yep. Pure money. Plain and simple. Yep. At the highest level, that's what it's about. And so those sports, do you keep them around because they have always been around? Or will there be a generation of people 50 years from now, 100 years from now, who look back and say, man, it's pretty wild to think that there were all these sports that were net losses that they had just to be nice, because when you boil it down, I mean, that's kind of what it looks like. And I don't say that as someone who wants to get rid of them, but that's how eventually people are going to judge this moment in history.
Well, honestly, the reason why a lot of the sports exist is for Title IX, and then for other schools like a Stanford, for example, it's because they get to send all these different athletes to the Olympics.
Yeah.
It's become an Olympics training ground.
Yeah,
and that's something that's a point of pride to them, which is fine. I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
But, that comes at a cost. And it comes at the expense of, people don't go and watch those events. So it's not like they're making any money back on that investment. I mentioned there was a Creighton tie. Of course, Isaac Trout went to Virginia 2 years ago.
Yep.
And then transferred back to CU last year.
After 1 year.
This was a paragraph from the story on Bennett's retirement, written by The Athletic.
Who wrote this one? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I don't have the name right here. Matt DeMarina sent it to me, and I did not bookmark it. But I'll read the paragraph. After the COVID-19 pandemic, as name, image, and likeness deals and freedom of player movement changed the sport, Bennett's long-term system was tested. One high-profile recruit Bennett invested heavily in, former wing Isaac Trout, transferred to Creighton after redshirting his freshman year at Virginia. Bennett admitted publicly he was taken aback by that move, which highlighted or made clear college sports' continuing evolution.
Yeah, and I saw Matt, when he wrote, the audacity of Isaac Trout wanting to play in a system more suited to his skill set at a school where his longtime girlfriend is also a D1 athlete in the state where he was born and raised. That story, and I'm trying to find it real fast, that story definitely doesn't seem to fit. Brendan Marks wrote this one. That one, I would say, fits less into the traditional ills of the portal, that I think of. I don't think a guy transferring home to play here, where he lives or where he lived is kind of fits into that, but that's
right. But that's the issue. I mean, we've always had players that transfer.
Yep.
We've always had players that transfer. It's just now you have some players, being tampered with. You have some players, being, taken advantage of, or players that are just like, I don't like it because I fell to second string, so I'm going to leave. Versus maybe what it was in the past, because there were roadblocks. You had to sit out a year. You lost a year of eligibility. You had all these different things attached to it. Now it's just easier to do. And humans naturally will, hey, when a pathway is open to something that used to be hard to get to, we tend to take that path.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the programs have as well, right? Like,
sure.
Look at Florida State in football this year. Florida State has relied on the portal many times over. This year, it has come back to bite them. And so the players took the quote-unquote easy path. So did the coach. So did Mike Norvell. And it has cost a lot of people down in Tallahassee.
All right, we will continue. A quick look around the NFL schedule this week. Some interesting games coming up. Really good games coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And Kent Wolgamott in the Movie Club straight ahead on 1620 The Zone. Closing in on Game 5. The Mets will try to
Behind the bag.
create a miracle like they did against the Red Sox, and it's going to take quite a miracle to come back from 3-1 against the Dodgers. But we'll see.
We will. Indeed we will.
Go Dodgers.
Go Dodgers,
I know,
go.
as a Rockies fan, I'm supposed to be anti-Dodgers, but I'm really cheering for Shohei.
Of course you are, because you're a fine baseball fan, Nick.
I'm a smart baseball fan.
Yeah, this is the guy who's wearing a damn Royals hat.
Hey, a reminder,
It's a cool hat.
as we close in on the weekend, people are probably driving home right now, thinking of all the things they have to do before the game tomorrow. Here's an idea to put on the honey-do list. Sign up for 1620 the email, because you know what happens on Monday, John? You get the linky link.
We wake up and have to go to work.
Well, yes, but you also get the linky link.
I wake up and have to go to work. You guys wake up and you get a la-di-da-di-da. I'm just going to hang out.
Wrong. I was sitting at my desk, Nick, in my office today at 6:40.
I was
doing
up at
work.
4:30 this morning to start work.
Yeah, and you didn't even have that great open that John made.
That I
so
worked
who
very
wasn't
hard
working
on.
now,
Aha!
Nick? Very interesting.
I was visiting with our good friends at Ron Colley at 9:30 this morning.
That's awesome. But so we were all working. Wow, you weren't in the office. Interesting. You were hanging out at a high school football field. Sounds fun. See, we all do different jobs. We all do different jobs. I was reading all sorts of things this morning. It was great. Now here I am talking. I did all the prep for this moment in time.
For this moment in time.
When we'll talk about games.
Many games, NFL. This one's a little off the radar, but it is important because Seattle's at the top of the NFC West, and the Falcons are at the top of the NFC South.
I did not see you leading this conversation with Seahawks Falcons.
I like to leave the really good stuff for the last.
Yeah,
You know?
so that's
It's
why
like-
we're
it's
talking
like-
Jets Steelers
It's
later.
like when you have a plate of food, you kind of get the vegetables out of the way early, then you can get to the good
Eat the slaw first.
I know that feeling. Yeah,
or you just
throw it
or
away.
you just order the double fries and just say, screw your
John,
slaw.
handshake me. Let's go, man. This is great.
I've explained to you why I get the slaw.
Why again?
Because I like feeling like I'm not just eating grease.
Oh,
The
I don't care about that.
There's some freshness there.
I'm
Go for a run afterwards. You'll feel just fine.
I'm going damn Canes. I ain't going there for health.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fried chicken.
The Falcons.
Yeah.
Oh, not the Alkins anymore.
Fourth ranked offense, according to Pro Football Focus. Fourth ranked offense so far. And during the 3-game win streak, do you know who has the most passing yards?
Would it be one Kirk Cousins?
It is. It's Kirk Cousins. Now it helped that you had a 5-bill game.
Yeah.
Who was that? That was against.
That he threw for 5 touchdowns?
Yeah. No, 500.
500. Oh, that was the Bucs game.
The Bucs
500
game.
touchdowns?
Yeah.
Not
It was
500 touchdowns.
It's a lot of
Not
touchdowns,
500
Nick.
touchdowns.
A lot of touchdowns.
Meanwhile, Geno Smith has been he's had the most dropbacks over the course of the year. The problem is the turnover-worthy plays are starting to tick up again.
Yes, they are.
After he was pretty clean the first 3 weeks, so that's going to be rather interesting to watch because the Falcons can have the ability to take advantage of turnovers like they did last week.
You look at their
against
wins.
Carolina.
Broncos, who I would say are better than I expected so far.
I think, and they have a good defense.
For sure. And
Broncos
they
have a
scored,
good defense.
so they scored 26. Then they beat the Patriots, and that game went to overtime, right?
Yeah, they struggled with the Patriots.
Patriots sucked. Then they beat the Dolphins in the post-Tua world. They suck.
The Dolphins suck.
So look at now. So those are their 3 wins. And then the last 3 weeks, they've lost to the Lions, perhaps the NFC's best team.
In a shootout.
Those to Giants, and they lost to the 49ers. And so that is some playoff teams. I don't think the Giants are a playoff team. Falcons certainly have the look of a playoff team. All that to say, when they're playing bad teams, they're solid. When they're playing good teams, they're not. And so this
by
would
the
seem
way,
to be tough.
2 of those 3 teams, Detroit and San Francisco, what do they do well? Run the ball.
Exactly.
What does Atlanta also do well?
Yeah.
Run the ball.
And Kirk, man, think of how we discussed him after the week 1 loss to the Steelers.
Yeah,
the guy couldn't do a play-action pass.
Yeah, he just looked really off.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. And it begins a stretch of games that are really tough for Seattle. They have the Falcons Sunday. They still have the Bills. Your Rams, well-coached team at least. 49ers, Cards, Jets, Cards again, Packers, Vikings, Bears. It is tough. If they are going to be the team that I predicted them to be, the NFC West champion, this is going to be one of those games that they have to get. And body clock-wise, it's a 10 a.m. game for them because it's a noon game on the East Coast.
Correct.
Tough.
Texans and Packers.
What a game.
Noontime on Big CBS.
Nice. Good game.
Two really good young quarterbacks. And the Texans, after, I mean,
how you feeling about them now?
Better. They're
Okay.
better. I mean, but the first, 3 games of the season, they were really shaky. Yeah, they were 2-1, but they didn't look like a really good team. But they have gotten better.
Yeah.
16 combined passing touchdowns in the last 3 games between C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah. And
So
what the Packers did last week, man.
Yeah, they dominated.
They
that game.
kicked the crap out of the Cardinals, and as you start looking ahead to deeper into the season, and you think about seeding, whether it's in the division where they're not in first place because the Vikings are undefeated, or just a wild card race, holding serve in those 2 games without Jordan Love could end up being pretty massive. And to have the fight that they did against the Vikings, getting down by 4 touchdowns, they come back, they only lose by 2 points, 31-29. This is just such a fun game. The Texans defense and how they match up. I mean, just great minds, right?
Mhm.
D'Amico Ryans and what he wants to do, LaFleur and what he wants to do on offense. I think that's a super intriguing one.
But on the opposite side of the matchup, you have a quarterback in C.J. Stroud who has been really good on deep throws, not turning the football over, but he's going up against 2 of the highest graded safeties in the NFL, Evan Williams and Xavier McKinney, who have combined for 6 picks already this season. So games like this, especially when you're on the road, you're trying to avoid turnovers at all costs. But this will be fascinating.
Yeah.
I think really good matchup going on in the noon window. And then, of course, you also have in the noon window on Big Fox, Detroit and Minnesota with control of the NFC North at stake.
Yeah, Lions win this game. They're suddenly in first place in the division. Vikings would have their first loss, and then obviously Detroit would have the tiebreaker at 5-1. Vikings win. I mean,
and the Vikings would be 2 games clear of
That's the
both
thing.
Green Bay and Detroit.
Yeah, with wins
over each of them.
With wins over each of them. So I want to get a little emotional for this game for a moment, and when I say that, prey on the emotions. I do wonder how hard it will be for Detroit to come to play after the Hutchinson stuff. I know that it's like, yeah, Josh, they played half of the game with him gone last week. Yes, but it was against Dallas, and they're bad.
Well, it was against Dallas, and
they already had a huge lead at that moment in time.
They had a big lead at the time, and sometimes in the moment,
yes,
it's not. It's when you let it sink in a little bit. It's when you get away and you come down.
Like, you ever have a cut, and then eventually you're like, "Oh, that's really hurting." But in the moment, maybe you weren't thinking about it as much. I just. And again, that's something that is undefinable. I can't define that when I look at this quarterback versus this defense or this wide receiver versus this defensive backfield. But I'll be honest, I have thought about this all week as it pertains to this matchup, because do I think the Lions are better than the Vikings? Yes. I think the Lions are a better team. And in terms of a long-term play this year, I would pick Detroit to have a better season. On this Sunday, though, after that injury, I kind of like Minnesota.
I like Minnesota anyway because I think Minnesota's played well.
And their defense has played awesome.
And their defense has been really good. Yeah. And now when you take away a key pass rusher like Aiden Hutchinson,
bingo,
how is that going to affect the pass rush? Because if they can't put pressure on Sam Darnold, who has been working he's basically been living in a rocking chair this season.
Yeah.
He's able to pick you apart. And if the Lions can't find, and I got to imagine that they are going to try to make some kind of move to try to replace Hutchinson. And I know that's difficult to do with a player of his caliber.
He was playing at Defensive Player of the Year level.
Absolutely.
By far.
And
he got a sack on the injury. I mean, on play, he got hurt. He got a sack.
Yeah.
Like, he's ridiculous.
He is. And so, this is a big deal. And, I think the timing of this game actually works in Minnesota's favor. The Vikings are a 1.5 favorite, and they are at home.
Yeah, I like Minnesota.
Of course, you got Chiefs and San Francisco in the late game on Big Fox. And one of the things that the 49ers wanted to do in the wake of the Super Bowl loss was we have to upgrade our pass protection because the Chiefs got pressure in key situations last year. So they went out. They got a third-round guy by the name of Dominic Puny, who has been really good this year. He's got a top 10 grade, but now he's going up against Chris Jones, who last year had his way with San Francisco and is arguably the best at his position in the NFL. He's got the best pass rushing grade at the interior tackle position. He's got 15 pressures in the past 2 games. he's kind of playing like Sue did in 2009, but at a pro level. That's where I think this matchup could really boil down to. I think San Francisco's offensively, they haven't really – you would think they would have been more affected not having Christian McCaffrey. Offense has been fine. It's been the defense that's been leaky this year.
Though I will say this, and this is a good stat from ESPN.com earlier today. These teams very much struggling when they get into the red zone. Chiefs fourth worst in the league. They're scoring 38.9% of the time. 49ers at 44.4% of the time. When I think of these two teams in recent vintage, I think of teams that are able to finish drives and get into the end zone, whether it's with McCaffrey, Travis Kelce on the other side, or anybody in between. Who can finish drives and who is held to field goals. But you're right. The offense has looked fine. It's the fourth quarters and it's the defense for the 49ers in terms of why they are a 500 football team right now and not better. Because they very well could be better right now. They do not have the performance in a lot of these games of a 3-3 football team.
I'm really surprised that the Chiefs are a dog here. I really am.
I mean, they are.
I know they're not blowing people out and they're not wowing people, but if you've already got a defense that's a little leaky and you have to go up against Mahomes, and you already know that the Chiefs defensively are really good, I don't know. I think Kansas City's a pick here.
So here was another stat in the ESPN.com story. Chiefs 5-0. They've only outscored their opponents by 33. Lowest point differential by any 5-0 team since the 2004 Jets, who were at plus 31. So very much in rarefied air. With that Jets team, I don't remember how they finished. That was what the Chad Pennington era, with Mahomes, I'm very more apt to trust him because he is Patrick Mahomes.
And then the Monday night game, Ravens and Bucks.
Fascinating. What an interesting game.
It really is. And you got two guys playing at a high level right now. Baker Mayfield has been tremendous. And Lamar Jackson, he has one turnover-worthy play this season, and that was in the opener against the Chiefs. He has the lowest turnover-worthy play stat in the National Football League right now. So he is not only is he just dangerous because he's Lamar Jackson, but now he's dangerous because he's not giving away free possession.
Yeah, he will not win the MVP this year because I think that the lack of playoff successes will ultimately do him in, and people like shiny new toys. I think he might be playing his best ball. Like, I think that he is a master right now, in control. And how about the fact that he has a running back to the level of Derrick Henry? I do not think that Derrick Henry will continue playing at this level. He's averaging almost 6 yards a carry. If you look at his numbers and you prorate it out to a 17-game season, he would rush for 1,994 yards. I cannot believe this. I cannot believe what Derrick Henry is doing, but it shows for Lamar what the offense can be when he has a killer running back, and it shows for Derrick Henry what he can be when he has a running quarterback and just a great group of players around him and an MVP caliber quarterback. He did not have that in Tennessee. On the other hand, man, I keep looking at the Bucs as like a regression candidate, and they continue to play very, very well. Baker Mayfield, this second act in his career, did not see it coming. I thought that it got to a rock bottom with the Browns, and here they are playing really good football, and I think right now they look like the best team in the division.
I mean, that's what happens when you brush up against greatness.
Hard to argue with that.
Sean McVay.
Hard to argue with that.
You brush up against greatness, and all of a sudden, this house is clean.
Mm-hmm.
So, and actually the other Monday night game, even though it's only available to ESPN Plus, kind of a couple of schizophrenic teams. Which does the good Chargers show up or the bad Chargers? Do the good Cardinals show up or the bad Cardinals?
Excellent question.
What if they both show up at the same time? Who ends up winning? That'd be fun. That'll be a fun second TV watch as well.
Yep, looking forward to it on ESPN Plus.
Yes, remember that game only available on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, hopefully Kent's meeting will be wrapping up very soon.
Yeah.
And he will join us in the movie club because we're going back 50 years to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, that's the noise that one of the characters in the movie was making.
That's true, Nick. Great point.
The old damn movie. We will be back and have movie club next on this One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before.
Oh, Kent's Movie Club. It's El Kent's Movie Club. El Kent's Movie Club. It's El Kent's Movie Club.
This does not happen very often. Kent is one of our most punctual and reliable guests, but he did inform us a little while ago.
He's like Tom Coughlin. He actually arrives early.
Yes, that there was a meeting he was in that was running a bit long.
Yes.
And so he was hoping to be here by 4 p.m. It is almost 4 p.m. So
It is indeed.
we knew that this might be a possibility. Hopefully, Kent will be able to join us here very shortly as we commence the movie club on October the 18th. Well, we're just, I mentioned that because we have been
spooky season.
We've been focused on the spooky season movies.
Yeah, what have we done so far this month now? So last week we did
last week was Nightmare on Elm Street.
And before that it was Blair Witch. And then today we did Texas Chainsaw. Nick is up next. I assume you got another spooky movie.
I got another
for?
spooky movie.
All right, perfect. Great. That'll be lovely.
What do you mean, oh, great, John?
Are you finding that you're out on horror movies the longer we get into this month?
No,
you're out on Nick horror movies.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I just don't want to encourage people if we get to December. And,
Christmas movies.
I watch the Hallmark movie channel.
Okay, see, nobody wants to watch that crap,
worry,
John.
Nobody's going to pick Die Hard.
Yeah, exactly. Laszlo.
A fine Christmas movie. Maybe the best Christmas movie.
Laszlo writes, Friday afternoon meetings are disgusting.
It should be illegal.
Yeah, who would schedule a meeting on a Friday
afternoon? Kent is part of the Journal Star editorial board.
What does that mean?
I mean that.
Are they going to put their weight behind a nominee for president? Is that what this is? Do people care about that? Can you imagine needing a newspaper to tell you who to vote for, and then you're like, all right, that's what I'm doing because the Journal Star told me to.
The politicians love it because then they can start stacking things. The New York Times, and the Washington Post, and the LA Times, and the Chicago Tribune all endorse candidate X.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
I would vote for Bain if he were running right now.
Would you?
Oh, absolutely.
He was anti-capitalism.
He was actually a terrorist.
Yeah, and he was a terrorist.
At least we know what he is.
Interesting. Hey,
devil, you know.
Exactly. The devil, you know.
Interesting.
The devil, you know.
Theo writes, I get my political news from the 1620 chat.
Oh, that's
scary to think about.
Wow. To know that somewhere out there Theo is involved in
Theo's a
influencing
voter.
people. Yeah.
Well, should we start this? Should we start this process? It is 4.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'd never seen it before.
Neither had I.
I haven't either.
Wow.
No.
You hadn't seen it either.
Well, it never, that I recall, because most of the scary movies I have seen were all because it was on HBO.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nightmare was too. It was all because, it was on cable. It was never any, the horror movie genre was never anything that I sought out.
Yeah.
But if I was in the right mood or if friends were around and stuff, we would, and it was on, we would watch it.
Yes.
And I don't ever remember this film being available on like an HBO.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly it wasn't on, and back in the day, you didn't have as many movies that, that ran on quote unquote regular TV. I mean, there were, but this one definitely would have been hard to put this one on, quote unquote edited or regular TV.
I think I saw the 2003 one, but clips of it because it was one of those I wasn't supposed to watch it, but I was sneaking peeks.
And if I remember right, that was when I first learned about the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, was when the 2003 version came out, which I have actually never seen before either. I know the general story, and if you don't know the general story of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I mean, there is a reason why this is one of the most influential horror movies, because It is a story about a bunch of teenagers, or at least people in their their early 20s, driving. They stumble upon a killer, and off to the races we go. And so, like, it makes sense that this became something that was replicated. This is just the first version of it. I'll be honest, I didn't really like it. I thought it was, I mean, first of all, it was weird as hell.
Yes, it was.
I just didn't find it scary. I just found it violent. It was just, it took, how long did it take until they actually got to the house, until the first murder took place? It's only an 80-minute movie. 40 minutes, maybe?
35, 40 minutes.
And then after that, it's just kill,
That being said,
kept alive for a while, escape, end of movie.
I do appreciate how they handled the kills, because the first one just happened. Like, I feel like in a lot of horror movies, there's always build up to the first kill, or it's always kind of torture porn, for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And it was the guy, right? It was
just one of the guys. He just walked in, and then guy's like, oh.
Then all of a sudden the door opens, and that was the one thing I did like about this, was even though it was, I mean, you're dealing with an entire insane family who has a fetish for, carcasses and bones and, keeping old relatives alive beyond
though the grandpa
expiration
was
date.
alive, which stunned me.
Yeah.
Remember when he was licking that finger?
They're just furniture makers, guys. They just like to make
furniture. They do like furniture.
But it had a sense of realism in that, for example, first guy gets killed, he's just standing there, and all of a sudden the big metal door opens. There's Leatherface with a hammer, pap, right over that. That's it.
Yep.
And then, the guy falls to the ground, and he's doing the whole convulsing thing.
And he kills him.
Then he kills him. He finishes him off. And so there's not this drawn out, overly dramatic, it's just very simple. It's just like, bap, boom, done, finished. And so from that standpoint, I appreciated it because it seemed like it was a little bit more, again, realistic as much as you can be for a movie like this. As Kent Wogemont now joins us. Hi, Kent.
Hi, Kent.
Hello. We just got started, so you haven't missed a whole lot.
Yeah, we were talking about other things for a few minutes, killing time.
We were, but Josh just mentioned how you didn't care for the movie.
Yeah, Ken, I'll be honest, I wasn't a huge fan of it, while acknowledging that I understand why this became so influential on the genre, and not to repeat myself too much, but I mean, it starts with a bunch of young people showing up somewhere, and then the killings begin.
It establishes all the tropes,
yeah,
basically.
But so here was my issue, I guess, Kent, and maybe it's just going into a horror movie expecting, it's not that I need to be frightened, because I don't think Halloween is that scary of a movie either. But this was just like kill, kill, kill. It's just straight violence at a certain point, and less intrigue, I guess. I don't know if that's the word that I want to use.
There wasn't suspense, really.
Yeah, I came away a little disappointed, just given maybe I just built this movie up in my brain too much over the years without seeing it.
And you've also been, what do you want to say? The movies that have followed this one have taken those tropes and added to them, that has created that sort of expectation of that kind of movie, where this one was the one that kind of really wasn't the very first one, but it was the one that really started it. And so it doesn't have all the, right? That's number one. Number two, the reason for that, frankly, is this was an ultra low budget independent project.
Yes.
They made it in like 3 days, literally 3 days, or shot it anyway. And when you do that, and it was made in 1973.
Yep.
All of those things. So there's not a lot of character development in it.
No.
Which is part of why you don't get the suspense or the attachment to the characters.
Correct.
No character development, right? That's number one. Number two, it functions. I remember it in the 70s, okay? And if you'd have seen this at the State Theater in 1974, when I saw it, it was scary because there weren't other movies
like
that did this.
Right.
And the other thing that this doesn't do, contrary to popular opinion or understanding of people obviously haven't watched the movie, is it's not gory.
No, it is not.
right? I mean, yeah, there's blood in it and stuff, but it's not the blood. Well, Nightmare on Elm Street. There's no blood shooting out of the head, right?
Yeah, literally a dude in a wheelchair gets carved to pieces by a chainsaw, and I've seen more gore in a WWE match.
Yeah, for sure.
Quite honestly. So you're right, Ken. It's not. It's
not what I built it up in my
brain. And that
brain.
surprised me because I thought this was like, and it is a slasher film, but I thought this was like the first film that really introduced a ton of gore. But I bet in 1974, for those standards, it was a lot.
In 1974, it was also it got an R rating, right? But if you put this movie out today, you wouldn't get an R rating.
No.
It might be PG-13.
Was there even a swear word in it?
No.
It is for a movie about a bunch of people getting killed. It is as tame as you can have a movie that it is about a bunch of people getting killed.
What really interested me about this.
What a word.
So Leatherface, everybody knows Leatherface.
Yep.
And I expected Leatherface to be kind of the main guy, but then we meet the family, and then you're like, Leatherface isn't the main guy.
No, he's a cog in the machine.
A cog in the machine, but everybody talks about Leatherface, but not the other creepy.
The grandpa's the creepiest.
The grandpa's
absolutely,
the creepiest.
By far.
People don't talk about the weird body horror furniture, which I thought was really cool. Weird to say.
Nice.
Really weird thing to say. I thought that was really cool.
And I have the murder cult.
You know what?
You don't see stuff like that.
You know what it's similar to? If you think back to the original Star Wars, Darth Vader was not the main bad guy. It was Grand Moff Tarkin.
Mm-hmm.
Darth Vader became the legend because he had the cool uniform and, had
great voice.
Had the great voice. And of course, later became that guy. But, and that movie came out 3 years after this one. But the patriarch of the family was the more creepier guy than Leatherface.
Mm-hmm. And that's the perfect analogy because the 5 or however many more TCM movies that have come after this, it has been Leatherface, the main character, right? Mm-hmm. Because they figured that out and made him the main character.
I kind of liked it when he wasn't, though. I kind of liked that.
Absolutely. That to me was, and part of the other part of what you're talking about here, and maybe this is why it didn't grasp as so scary, is this movie is also, really, Tobe Hooper and the screenwriter whose name has just escaped me, put this movie together at the height, essentially, of Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. Kim
Henkel. They wrote this movie at the height of Vietnam. So there's some measure of Vietnam horror that you saw on your TV every night.
Mm-hmm.
That was the kind, right? You saw people getting blown up they actually would show it, right? On TV every night. There's something in it of they were essentially hippies in Austin, for lack of a better way to put it, who made this movie about how everything outside of Austin is scary and going to get you, because Austin at that time, and to some measure still is the only tolerant, liberal, whatever you want to call it, place in Texas.
Yeah.
And the more rural you get, the worse it got.
And that's the
undercurrent that was written into this movie, but not explicitly, but that's why it plays the way it does.
And I did have that thought while I was watching, because after last week, when we did Nightmare on Elm Street, we had a similar conversation where I just didn't think it was scary, and that's because we're desensitized, more or less.
Fair.
So I tried to find where the horror elements could have been at the time, and that was one of those questions I had, is some of this, like Kent just said, the city people in a small town? Because you don't have any way of knowing. You're just in this place where these kids haven't been in not 20 years, but for however long. It's just, you go to this small area where cultures are different in small towns. There's different norms than there would be in a city. And it can seem strange to people. Obviously, murdering is strange.
Yeah, that's interesting, Kent, because, on one hand, I'm like disappointed that I didn't know, the parables. On the other, like, how would I, right? Like, I wasn't alive in 1974,
Right, yeah.
but it makes sense when whereas some, whether it's satire or movies of the day or TV shows of the day can feel like you're getting beaten over the head with something. In some of these other movies, like this one, it doesn't beat you over the head. Whereas now we're talking it out and it's like, oh, that is a lot more interesting than it was at first blush for me.
The other element in here that you have that really made it in the 70s and has kind of become, what do you want to say, expected today was there was not, if you go back and look, there may have been a couple slasher characters, but if you look at the horror movies, they were monster movies.
Mm-hmm.
They were supernatural, devil, Rosemary's Baby kind of things. There were the Hammer movies from England, the ones with Vincent Price and those people that were, kind of classic suspense horror-ish, Pit and the Pendulum, but they weren't like this. So this thing introduced this kind of ultra creepo villain, whatever, as this family in a way that had not been seen before. I mean, cannibalism and whatever was not a big topic in the 1970s. Okay.
And did this movie borrow from Psycho? Like, was that an influence on that?
Absolutely. It's Ed Gein. Ed Gein was
Wisconsin, right?
Yeah, a farmer in Wisconsin who was a grave robber. Notice the opening of this. Mm-hmm. And then he killed at least 2 women and probably more, but he would take their skin and make masks out of them, which is where Leatherface came from.
Yeah.
Okay? So those are, and then this is also based on a serial killer out of, I believe, rural area around Houston, which is where they got the idea of going out to the farm and being killed, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So that's where those came from. I have to point this out because it's interestingly weird. The house, this was all filmed in small towns around Austin that are now cities, right?
Yeah, been taken over.
Round Rock, Texas is not what it was in 1973 or Bastrop or wherever. Somebody bought that farmhouse, and that was an actual farmhouse they shot it in, moved it to another city, and have turned it into a restaurant that's called Groupers. And it's a big popular place because you're eating in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre house.
Where's that at? I assume you looked this up. Do you know what city it's in?
I saw it, but I did not.
Kingsland, Texas.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it is funny. It is, become that.
Yeah, there it is.
By the way, it's kind of ironic or coincidental, actually. A couple weeks ago, we did Blair Witch Project, which many people were fooled into thinking
was real.
Of course, the narration at the beginning of this movie claims that it is real.
Uh-huh.
Now, it is based, as Kemp mentioned, on a couple of things. The only person in this film whose name I recognize is the narrator of the opening, the words.
Yeah.
That's John Larroquette. John Larroquette, who played Dan on Night Court and was in Stripes.
Okay.
He performed the narration. He was paid in marijuana.
Hell yeah. We love the 70s.
That's how he got paid for it.
That's 70s.
Even better, if you want to know the pot associations with this film, that the farm where they filmed it, the guy was growing pot. And he told them, if you want to go get some and dry it and use it, fine. So there was allegedly a rule that you couldn't be smoking pot while the filming was going on. Apparently it wasn't closely followed.
It was the 70s.
It was the 70s. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. Like the guy that gets beat up with the hammer, with the sledgehammer. This was a very dangerous shoot. That hammer was actually made out of foam rubber.
Yeah.
Okay.
but they smacked him with it. They weren't supposed to hit him. It was supposed to, and the guy hit him, and they basically beat the crap out of this guy and threw him through a wall. And it really happened. And like when they cut her finger and Grandpa drank blood, they really cut her finger.
And Grandpa really drank her blood,
apparently. And and there's all Gunnar, what was his last name? The Leatherface.
I knew I should have opened this. Hang on, let me see if I
whatever his last name was, did not know how to use a chainsaw.
No way.
Gunnar Hansen
did not know how to use a chainsaw, and that's why you see part of why it was swinging all over and they were afraid he was going to cut his leg off.
Yeah, understandably so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
which he actually does cut himself at the end.
So was that real too, Kent?
That I don't know, but I know that they were like, he's going to really hurt somebody with this.
Yeah.
And this was complete guerrilla filmmaking. So there's most of these people were recent graduates of the University of Texas or gone in the film school.
Mm-hmm.
There was no union. There was no supervision. This was unsupervised hit and run 3-day filmmaking.
Interesting.
Right? Shot on 16 millimeter, which is why it has that grainy kind of appearance,
which I think works. And that's why I think it does make this movie scary.
And the daylight scenes are because they didn't have the money to do the reverse, right, where you shoot it at day and make it look like night.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So they had to literally shoot it in the day. And so she's in this dark house and then jumps out and it's the middle of the day. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff. That all happened. And so it was like how this thing became a huge hit. Obviously, it had some appeal as this great horror movie in 1974. And you want to know making money? $140,000 budget. Made $40 million.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's very similar, Ken, in a way to the conversation about Blair Witch a couple weeks ago, where it's this out of nowhere hit. It's made on a shoestring budget, and it is totally different from anything that we had at the time, and it just totally blows up.
A couple things I wanted to mention. You mentioning that they were UT grads. I listened to their accent, and they did sound like they were from Texas, which it's a very small detail, but it's a detail that I think a lot of movies get wrong, and I think that helps with the immersion. Like their mannerisms and everything that felt Texas. And you said, so they didn't film at night? They didn't do any night filming, or they did?
Well, they did what they could, but apparently the kind of film they used requires a lot of light.
Okay.
And so if it got too dark, like they couldn't illuminate the outside.
Mm-hmm.
To make it halfway. They couldn't make it light enough outside to shoot at night without making it look like the building was in a spotlight. Right.
Yeah. So that scene where she's getting chased, was that a night? Was that a night?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I remember thinking to myself, it doesn't look bad. It looked decently, like not decently lighted, but it felt real. And I did like how that was filmed.
And it was all handheld too, by the way, the camera. Yeah. You don't have dolly shots when you're using a camera that's this big and you're spending $140,000.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
I did want to read this because we got an email from Dave in the Equitable Bank inbox, and it talks about his experience watching the movie. Now, this is from 20 years ago.
Okay.
But he says, I saw it at Dundee Theater in 2004 at midnight, and it was one of the great movie theater experiences of my life. If you've never seen a midnight movie at Dundee, it's a bunch of teens and 20-somethings, likely drunk, cracking jokes, yelling at the screen, and so on. It's disruptive yet fun. Texas Chainsaw was no different at first. As you know, the first half is pretty slow. A bunch of kids just having fun in Texas, and then the crowd was having fun too. Around the 30 or 40 minute mark, when Leatherface makes his first kill and the steel door shuts, it was frightening even for me seeing it for the third time, but first time on the big screen. And that moment from the slam of that door and for the rest of the movie, not a peep from the crowd other than an occasional scream in fear. On the way out of the theater, the silence continued. What is usually a jubilant exit was instead a quiet, slow walk with a bunch of pale-faced kids unable to speak.
Interesting. Huh.
Cool.
That is cool.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
So appreciate the thought on that, Dave.
I don't know if this fits with that, but I did want to mention this. We've once again stumbled into an anniversary with the film. This is the 50th year.
Yep.
And last week was Texas Chainsaw Massacre Day in Austin.
Really?
And they had some of the screenwriter and some of the cast members that are still alive were there. Toby Hooper died like 8 years ago. But they were there tonight at the Bullock Museum at the University of Texas, which is, one of their big museums. They're doing a screening of Texas Chainsaw Massacre with a bunch of those same people doing a Q&A afterwards. And then next weekend, the restaurant's doing a big thing for the 50th year. So it's like we're right in the middle of TCM time. And the Texas reference, I also kind of wanted to bring this up. TCM is known as the film that made the Texas film industry, because there had really been few movies made in Texas, other than the Alamo movies, right?
Sure.
Some Alamo movies, but other than that, few movies made in Texas. It established Texas as, number one, a place where you could make an indie film pretty good, pretty well, which is what got, Robert Rodriguez and Richard Linklater and brought the major got the sort of the framework established to bring movies shooting to Texas. And there have now been more than 1,000 horror movies made in Texas since that film.
Wow, that's awesome.
So it was not only unique for its time, but it ended up being a trendsetter there as well.
In a variety of ways.
Very, very interesting. A lot of these things I did not know. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy this segment, because I do learn things, especially about movies like this that, I've always known about, but didn't really know about.
Yep.
All right. That's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It is available on Peacock and I believe also Amazon Prime.
Yeah, and Kent, where did you watch it? Tubi?
On Tubi.
It's everywhere.
I was we have a little weekly gathering of, I don't know if I don't care. We call it the He-Man Woman Haters Club from the Little Rascals.
Nice.
Yes.
No wives or girlfriends allowed. And we meet every week, and who knows, but I said, I got to watch this and they're like, well, let's find a place to watch it. And we found it on Tubi.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
Fantastic. All right, Nick, what is next?
Well, we watched the first one last year, and now I think we should watch the second one. We're going to go to Max and watch Aliens.
Aliens!
And it's 1987, I think, so we're skipping over to another anniversary.
Yep. You missed the anniversary. Wait another, what, year, 2 years?
Okay.
1986.
1986.
I watched that movie for the first time either the end of last year or the beginning of this year. I can't remember when, so look forward to it.
I've never seen it.
Yeah.
So
good stuff.
All right. Kent, what do you have as a game pick for tomorrow?
Well, from the sure to be wrong department, Nebraska 24, Indiana 17.
Ooh,
wow. I was not expecting
Nebraska.
that. He got the notes from Matt Rule.
He did get the notes from Matt Rule?
Yeah, you got to pick Nebraska.
What about Evil Kent?
I could see 52-38 or something like that. Probably Nebraska.
Interesting.
Wow.
I mean, this is his time of year. If Evil Kent's ever going to get one of these right, it's going to happen.
This could be the game.
It's going to happen.
This could be it.
Hey, this one, of all the games that we've ever previewed with Evil Kent, this has a chance to get to 52-30. I mean, Nebraska's offense would really have to find itself.
Oh, yes, they
but
would.
It could happen.
It could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, Kent, we'll reconvene next week for Aliens. We will be at Roncalli.
Yes, we will.
Next week.
Yes, we will.
If
Stuff
the
in our
internet
face.
works.
Oh, stop it.
All right, Kent, appreciate it. Have a great weekend, and we'll talk next Friday.
Sounds great.
There he is, Kent
Bye, Ken.
Waldemar
Bye, Ken.
of the Lincoln Journal-Star. Let's go, Mets! Let's go, Mets! 3-0 New York after the Dodgers had first, second, and third and nobody out, and they could not score. Pete Alonso, here comes the comeback, baby.
Man.
Here
I didn't
comes
realize
the
how
comeback.
triggered you were by the Dodgers until
I've never liked the Dodgers.
I know, but you've never liked the
never
Mets.
But I never liked
Why
the
don't
Dodgers.
you hate Pete Alonso
the
with
top-
all your being?
I love Pete Alonso. He just hit the home run.
The top of the
I
first-
watched him in the College World Series.
The top of the
He's
first.
the man that brought instant replay to college baseball.
Thank you, Pete. There was something in the top of the first that happened that the Mets did dumb, and John reacted like the Cubs did something dumb. I was like, wow, I'm learning that John is really into this
I don't
series.
want this series to end in 5.
That's fair. That's fair.
But I also don't want the Dodgers to win. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets.
Hey, you know what? I know Michael Severe is listening right now.
And I'm doing this for him.
Yes, because he's definitely not watching this game.
No, he is definitely watching this
You
game.
think so?
Oh, absolutely.
If the World Series goes to Game 7 and the Mets are in it, he's going to watch, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't watch.
He's not going to watch.
Wow. That's wild.
He might.
He's
tune
not
in a
going to
little.
watch because he will be so nervous about the Mets.
I was in this very studio. I was in the chair that Nick is in right now when Darryl Strawberry walked in, and Michael goes, "That's Darryl Strawberry." See, now back then we didn't have this weird crap over our windows, and so you could see when if now he would have just been like, "There's a person." He wouldn't know who it is. He'd say,
Good
"Who is
point.
looking inside the studio?"
He'd be like, "What's up, Strobs?"
Yeah.
Good point.
Oh, Strobs, Bloobs.
All right. We're counting down to a One Beer Friday.
Thank God.
Key party predictions and a whole lot more. Stay right there. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I've heard from Michael.
Now listen, he probably typed this under duress with a tear in his eye.
Big strong man.
As he was cheering, M-E-T-S, Mets, Expels, Mets.
I just turned on the radio. I had no idea the game was on.
It's all right, Michael. That's why we're here for you. 3-0 Mets going to the second inning. Mets.
I understand loving a team and then just not really caring anymore. Whereas like the Lakers were once the sun, the moon, and the stars for my fandom. And now it doesn't really bother me whenever anything happens. But man, if they're in the Western Conference Finals, I still know that they're playing in the Western Conference Finals. And I'd have the game on. I'd say go Lakers.
Listen, Michael is such a diehard Mets fan
that he can't watch.
And he doesn't
want to know when they play
because it creates this inner turmoil and strife, and he can't concentrate.
I'll check in on them in November. I'll find out in November if they won the World Series. That's what Michael says because he lives and dies so much.
That's all right, Michael. I'm cheering for you.
Nice.
You are transmitting your energy to me, and I'm as a diehard Mets hater for so many years. But I mean, rooting for the Dodgers is like rooting for Apple. Oh boy, they made another $1 trillion.
Sam writes, can't believe a lifelong Celtics fan like John could root for the team that beat the Swaks in '86. Yeah.
Oh, screw the Swaks.
But you're a Celtics guy.
Yeah, but I'm not a Swaks guy.
You like Baylor from Southie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah. They're a bunch of morons. They're the same people. It's a Venn diagram.
Baylor's not a moron. Baylor's a very smart person from Aurora, Nebraska, by way of Southie.
Looks like one.
The college football games of the week, and we've got some good ones this week.
We'll go
in somewhat chronological order, going on opposite Nebraska and Indiana. You got Miami at Louisville.
Dude, Miami has been living. They've been living on borrowed time. They very well could have lost. I mean, look. That Hail Mary, I thought was incomplete against Virginia Tech a few Fridays ago. But they called it complete on the field. I still cannot believe that they overturned it. So you have that game. And then you have the Cal game, which they were down 35-10. Was that the largest?
Yeah, I think so.
That game also had a referee help Miami with the not targeting call. This is a team, like we're going to talk about Tennessee and Alabama in a few moments. Tennessee and Alabama could have 2 and 3 losses each. Instead, they only come in with 1. Ifs and buts, I know. But Miami could very well be a 2-loss team. I think that it could finally happen tomorrow. I really do.
Here's why it's not going to happen tomorrow. Okay. Louisville has a bad secondary. Cam Ward and those receivers are elite. Louisville's 93rd in the nation, according to Pro Football Focus, in their secondary. And the other part of this is Louisville struggles in pass protection, and the Hurricanes rush the passer really well. They have the second best grade among their front 7 in the country, only trailing Ole Miss. And Louisville is okay, but not great. So I think those two areas, I think Miami will be fine this week, but you never know. It is college football, and they are on the road. So we'll see what happens. But then 2:30 on ABC, Alabama and Tennessee in a battle of two teams that are struggling right now. They're just kind of getting by. And Nico has been, Tennessee's run game's fine, but Nico has been, his passing grade has been really down since week 1.
He's taking a big step back. He looks like a young quarterback is what he looks like. Early on, did not look like a young quarterback. I mean, when you think of Tennessee, you think of points, flying all over the field, deep balls. We haven't seen that. And it's so funny, man, because I didn't buy into Oklahoma. Tennessee did not look very good in that game. They did win by a lot. Their defense looked good, but their offense didn't. And should have seen this coming in terms of taking a step back. That said, I mean, look, Alabama, again, Tennessee, if they could have 2 losses, because they very well could have lost to Florida last week, Alabama has really struggled. They very well could have lost the Georgia game. They did lose the Vanderbilt game. They very well could have lost the South Carolina game. This is a defense that has been horrible in the last 10 quarters. They have gone from, and we're going to talk about Georgia, Georgia's defense also really struggling this year. But what we have seen from Alabama, it's not great. And so you have a couple of these teams. John, this, in my opinion, is going to be a playoff eliminator. Not because 2 losses is the end-all, be-all, but because that team is going to lose a third time. The loser of this game will lose again. No matter, I don't know who it'll be against, but I can tell you that I think the loser of this game. So I think this game is massive because it allows you to have a little bit more margin for error.
Jalen Milroe and his big play, both on the ground and with his enormous arm, going up against a Tennessee team that's really good at stopping opposing quarterbacks. They only give up 2.8 yards per carry to opposing quarterbacks. And Tennessee's pretty good against long throws this year. So it's a strength-on-strength matchup from that side of it. I think it's going to be a real interesting game tomorrow. The other game that's going on at 2:30, which is on CBS.
You have not been buying into this team at all this year.
No, I knew Michigan was going to take a big step back, and they are not disappointing me. And now they're making their third different starting quarterback. Jack Tuttle will be the starting quarterback.
There is a world though where they win this game, isn't there? There's a world where Michigan wins
and
this
it's gonna lie on their defense now.
Defense is taking a step back as well this year.
The defense is taking a step back. They are really good up front, but Illinois has improved their pass protection. And you look at the Penn State game. Penn State really got after Altmaier, and that's why Illinois really only had one good drive,
one touchdown, right?
In that entire game.
Yeah.
If Michigan can do the same thing, that's their path to success. Now, if you're Illinois, you can also look back and say, hey, look at what we did. We slowed down Nebraska's pass rush, and we had a lot of success. So that will be important. But here's my question. How the hell does Michigan score?
Well,
they're going to have to run like crazy because that's what they do, and that's good. They have the 4th highest run the ball rate in the country. But if Illinois can slow down the run just enough, I think they can put up enough points to win.
So a couple things. I would say, A, you're probably right. B, Illinois was up 24-3 last week after one half. And then what in the world happened after that? Because Purdue scored 40 points in the third and fourth quarters. They scored the 6th in overtime. They went for 2. They lost to Illinois. I am trying to figure out what to take away from that because Purdue's a bad football team, and they almost won the game. They very well could have won the game. It definitely has me viewing Illinois in a different light. You know, the longer that the season goes on, the more I'm going to wonder if they just had an excellent game versus Nebraska, and if the teams played again, that Nebraska would be able to win. This is Michigan. The way I've described this game, John, is it's like Michigan's last stand. If they lose this game, that's their third loss, right, of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They still have Ohio State coming up. They still have Oregon coming up. So, I mean, you lose this.
And Indiana.
You're looking at Indiana. So you're probably looking at 5, if not 6 losses. If you win this, I don't think they're going to beat those teams, but at the very least, you're able to stave off the season feeling over. They lose this, they are out of the playoff race. If they win this, they're technically still in the playoff race. So there's a part of me that wonders, can they put one more game together, and can Illinois be that matchup?
I think the other thing that benefits Illinois, it's going to be an emotional day. It's the 100th anniversary of Red Grange. They're wearing the old school throwbacks, and there is a deep, deep dislike of Michigan there in Illinois. I think they'll have the emotional advantage as well.
I can't wait to see for this game. I am a sucker for Red Grange conversation and stories about his performance, because that was the 100th anniversary a few days ago. Like, we are in the mid, Kent just mentioned the Texas Chainsaw. So I think that stuff is cool. I love the Red Grange history, and what he did versus Michigan back in 1924 was awesome.
Georgia Tech, Notre Dame will be at 2:30 on ESPN. Here's why this is interesting. We talk about strength versus strength, weakness versus weakness.
Yeah.
So we know that Notre Dame can run the ball, but they don't pass very well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess who defends the run well, but doesn't defend the pass very well?
Would it be their opponent tomorrow?
So this is a game. I only mention it because you may hear from it again later on.
Oh,
At night, you got LSU at Arkansas. Look out. You want to talk about a team. Now, LSU should have lost last week. I give them credit. They came back and won.
That team should have 2 more losses at the very least, right? They should have lost to South Carolina. They should have lost last week. Am I forgetting a game in there?
That's it right now. But yeah, so you talk about a team that's kind of playing with fire. LSU has been playing with fire. And oh, by the way, they go to an Arkansas that already has a pelt on the wall. And there's a reason why it's just a 2-point spread in this match.
Isn't it wild to think that LSU played USC back in week 1, LSU loses, and now they're the team that has 1 loss and the other team is the team that has 3 losses. 3 losses. Yeah, I agree with you. LSU has certainly been very inconsistent. They're finding a way to win these games. I think that they've gotten really good play from the quarterback position, though. I know that he is shooting up a lot of draft boards, Garrett Nussmeier. They do look like they're living on the edge right now. Very much living on the edge.
And, of course, the main event, you've got number 5 Georgia at number 1 Texas.
I said it a few minutes ago. The Georgia defense is nowhere near what we have seen. Bill Connolly had some really good numbers. Blitzing more than normal. They're just 65th in sack rate, 90th in havoc rate, 25th rather, against defensive backs. How about this? 7% of tackle attempts have been broken this season, which ranks 58th in the country. So you have all that. And then on offense, they're still not as good as they have been without some great weapons in I was going to say Bachmeier. Brockmeier, the tight end. Brock Bowers. Good Lord.
Brockmeier.
I was thinking of the TV show on IFC. But, and McConkey, and I think that shows itself at times. That said, so Texas did not look very good. They still whooped Oklahoma last week. Quinn Ewers did not look very good, though, at times in that game. I don't know, man. I know that I've been teasing this. I'm going to pick Georgia when we do predictions. I wonder if this is one of those weird games this year. If it's not, and if Texas wins this, dude, I am very ready to say, like, they are easily the best team in the country, and it's not even close anymore. If they're able to take care of business against Georgia in year 1 in the SEC, I don't want to say that's a wrap because it's football season and it's October 18th. But man, if they got this pelt, that would be, they're good.
Beck has to be the better quarterback in this game if Georgia's going to win.
Yeah.
I don't think Ewers has to play as well for Texas to win. Beck has to play really, really well if they're going to beat Texas. We'll have more on that and other matchups coming up in predictions, but it is now time for One Beer Friday. Dodgers did get a run back on a wild pitch.
Let's go Dodgers!
But the Mets, M-E-T-S, Mets, lead 3-1.
Mets more like the frets, because that's what they're doing. Fretting.
4 out of 10
against the Dodgers.
Nice.
One Beer Friday, presented by Cross Drain Brewing, is next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. As we speak, Game 5 of the NLCS is happening, which means as we speak, you could be playing along with Circa Sports Iowa's live in-game lines for this game that update every single break. If you want to put in for tonight's ALCS while you're there, then by all means, please do. The Circa Sports tight moneyline splits have the Guardians at plus 105 to tie that series. Make Circa Sports Iowa your postseason baseball destination. But you should also make it your football destination. It's never too early to put in your picks for tomorrow and Sunday in the pros. If you think Nebraska can manage it against the Hoosiers, they're currently sitting at plus 205 to win on those tight moneyline splits. My Hawkeyes are minus 240 to beat Michigan State, and the undefeated Cyclones are minus 550 to continue that undefeated streak. Download the sportsbook made for you. Someone who's serious about betting like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa, and somebody who knows that the hospitality that they get from the Circa Sports Iowa app, not only is it equal to exactly what you would get while you're in Vegas, which I can attest to is very good, you want to bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club biggest contributor.
Yeah, for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer, Senator, or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Yes, it is a One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing. Today,
Nice crack. Thank you, Nick.
Cross Strain's Dark Lager, their Czech-style dark lager.
I have the Fairy Nectar.
You?
Double dry hopped. Indeed, Nick. Indeed it was.
That's what DDH stands for.
Double dry hopped.
It sounds like a wrestling move to me.
That's the DDT.
That was this guy, right?
I'm going with...
That's DDP.
Oh, did he
Diamond
do the
Down-
DDT?
No, he did the Diamond Cutter, which kind of looked like.
Was that?
Yeah, that was
this,
him.
right?
He did. That was his move.
Was it? Oh,
Diamond
wait, that was a
Down-
little. Didn't we learn that was a little inappropriate? That was.
I mean, that's a diamond. That's a diamond.
Yep.
That's a diamond.
Yep. Yep. It
No,
is.
he did that, and then the bang. Now he did end up marrying one of the Nitro girls. So
nice. Nick, what are you drinking?
Cornhead.
Nice. Look at that. Getting ready for a football game on a football Friday, and it's a big game weekend.
it is a big game weekend, and don't let anybody tell you otherwise. This is not just another game, not just another win.
It's Indiana, John. They're not that good. They've never been that good.
They haven't.
Listen, Matt Rule has said it. I'm tired of making the argument.
Yeah.
But I am gonna
in
lay it out for you right here. I'm gonna lay it out for you right here. If there are still those people out there that aren't convinced this isn't a big game, I count at least 5 things that are at stake for Nebraska tomorrow.
Oh, this is fun.
5 things
it?
that are at stake for Nebraska
Yeah,
tomorrow.
this is a fun topic.
Number 1, it's Matt Rule versus the top 25.
Oh boy, yeah.
He has been stanky against the top 25. Here it is again. 2-20. And oh, by the way, the spread differential, because he was the underdog in a lot of those games at Temple and some of those games at Baylor and some of those games at Nebraska. So the difference between what the final score was and what the spread was, he was beating the spread by nearly 10, 11 points a game at Temple. It was basically a push at Baylor. But at Nebraska, the spread differential in 4 games is minus 62.
Not great, John.
That's not good. So not only haven't they won yet against the top 25 team under Matt Rule, but they disappointed greatly. I mean, they got reverse covered basically by Illinois.
Yeah.
Stop me if you've heard that before. Oh, and by the way, Nebraska's lost 25 games in a row against the AP top 25. That's what's at stake tomorrow.
Yeah.
Ending that narrative.
I said going into the Illinois game that I thought that the narrative was overblown for the obvious reasons that we have laid out many, many times. But I did say you don't want to lose to Illinois as a home favorite because then it allows for it to take hold even more, which it has.
Yeah.
And while they are a dog tomorrow, it's only Indiana. I know what people are saying, and maybe more importantly for this discussion, John, it's year one for Coach Siggs. And so that is something that will certainly be discussed. If they win, they'll have gotten off the schneid. If they do not, well, the next time they play a ranked team, a.k.a. next week, we're not even really going to have to bring it up because it's Ohio State, but it will probably add another one. Get over this hump, 100%.
Second thing that's at stake for Nebraska, this one not quite as important, but it is true, bowl eligibility.
Be nice to not have to worry about that anymore.
It would be nice to go into Ohio State already having that in your back pocket.
Yeah.
And then you almost feel like you're playing with house money. I mean, you're going to be kind of playing with house money anyway because it's Ohio State. No one's expecting you to win. But if you go in with a dub, you got some confidence.
Yep.
And hey, we're not going to be facing, any 2-game losing streak going into UCLA and having people starting to bring up, because people will do it. If Nebraska loses this week and loses next week, folks will start to bring it up. And then Josh is going to be worried about eating a raw tomato wearing a MAGA hat at the end of the year.
If
you missed it, check out the crossover.
Yeah. So if they lose tomorrow,
tomatoes,
they lose versus Ohio State, what will their record be?
5-3.
What was their record after 8 games last year? 5-3. And so you do not want to allow anyone to say,
no, you don't want that.
They have made progress. The team is better. The program is better.
Yes.
Quarterback plays better.
Yes.
But man, doesn't it suck when you study really hard for the test and you get the same grade as you got when you didn't study?
Yeah.
You need proof of concept. This would be an allowance of proof of concept.
Third thing that's at stake. You win this game tomorrow, all of a sudden, 10-2 and playoff consideration gets slid up the table.
Preach.
You're sitting there at Thanksgiving dinner with that delicious turkey.
Debating politics with your family.
And the gravy.
And the gravy.
But you look down at the other end of the table, and the thing you're really longing for is that stuffing. The stuffing, which is the best part of Thanksgiving dinner. And it's down there. Shut up. It's down there at the end, and it's so delicious, and it's waiting for you. But
it's garbage.
But it's down there at the end of the table, and everyone's taking theirs, and you're worried by the time it gets to you, the bowl will be empty, and you will be denied that which you have waited 364 days to have. But
darn, no stuffing. Shucks.
You get the win, and all of a sudden that stuffing is right there in front of you, and you can see it, and you can feel it, you can know it's going to be there. That 10-2, the reality of 10-2 is definitely there. Obviously, the loss would be to Ohio State, but USC, they're great at choking away things at the end of games. Winnable game. UCLA.
We had a winnable
We already know that's a winnable game.
Oh, yeah.
Wisconsin, Iowa, all on the table. You win tomorrow. And 10-2, and that big, luscious, delicious bowl of stuffing is coming your way.
I don't want it.
It's coming your way. And then all you need to do is get that big old spoon out. You need to get yourself a big old pile of that stuff and then get some gravy.
If you lose, you
get some gravy.
You're going to eat a tomato with your MAGA hat at Thanksgiving. I will.
Which your uncle is probably doing anyway.
I will do you one better, John.
Okay.
You win tomorrow. They're going to lose to Ohio State. You heard it here first. They're going to beat UCLA. Do you know what a win tomorrow does? Because they have an off week after UCLA. It guarantees that when they go to Los Angeles for that 10 o'clock Central Time kickoff in the evening.
Shut up.
It guarantees that they are in the college football playoff, top 25, and they are in the college football playoff race. They would be in the race for the CFP in mid-November with 3 games to go. Everything would still be in front of them. Do I think they will make the playoff? No. Do I think they're going to go 10-2? No. But if you win tomorrow, it guarantees it, in my opinion, because they're not going to lose to UCLA. And because of that off week, they would wake up on November the 16th with a number next to their name, and we would all be doing, you know what we'd be doing? Here's a promise. Who you rooting for? We would be doing that football edition. We would be finding all the games that matter every week. Win tomorrow, and you are for another month, you're in the playoff race. Lose tomorrow and it's done, but you win tomorrow and you are going to be there next month.
And again, we're not saying it's going to happen, but at least it keeps the door open that it could happen. Again, that stuffing, it's coming your way. You can see it. Oh, man, you just need to get past your Uncle Joe and your cousin Mark and your Aunt Lucy. And she's like, oh, God, Aunt Lucy, don't you take that last spoonful. I'll slap you. I'll slap you with my fork.
Wow.
Because I want that stuffing and I want the gravy.
I feel like there's some trauma that John needs to discuss a little bit more.
John's talking about a very specific Thanksgiving.
Yeah. By the way, Travis says, hell yeah, 10 p.m. kickoff. Yeah.
Shut up, Travis. I'm thinking gravy and stuffing.
Everyone's ready for the 10 p.m.
Number
kickoff.
4 thing I think is at stake for Nebraska.
Yeah.
Here's a chance to reintroduce yourself on the national stage. Nebraska did that earlier this year. They got the primetime kick. They got to play prime. They got to whoop the ass of prime. And people were singing their praises, and they got back into the poll, and everyone was giddy and happy and all this other stuff. And then what happened? They got another opportunity on a Friday night in a game where there's no other competition. They had 4 million viewers, and they laid an egg.
Oh, yeah.
And so a lot of people, all those good feelings that you had earlier in the month about beating Colorado and being ranked and Dylan Raiola and this and that and the other thing, all of a sudden people just kind of went, kind of soured on you a little bit. And so what's going to be the expectation? The expectation is, oh, here's Nebraska on the national stage again. How are they going to blow this one? This is an opportunity to erase the perception that once Nebraska starts to backslide, that's all they do. And hey, maybe this thing is for real. Maybe Matt Rule is getting these guys moving in the right direction. So I think this is a chance to re-announce yourself back on the national stage. You'll be ranked. You'll be ranked after this win if you get it.
Yeah, along those lines, I mean, this is another one of those games to prove that you are not old Nebraska. You know, I would say that the Rutgers game, as ugly as it was, they did have to fight really, really hard. The stupid Purdue game, as dumb as it was, they did have to put together a really good second half. The Colorado game, that was different because they just whooped the crap out of them in the first half. And even though they didn't play very well in the second half on offense, it didn't matter because they gave themselves such a good head start. This is a chance where, you know, they're going on the road and it's nice, man, that they're not the story. Indiana is a story. They can go on the road, and that can be a good thing for them.
The last thing I identified as what is at stake for Nebraska is this will fend off some of the critics who say that this rebuild, the Matt Rule way of rebuilding, is taking too long.
Preach.
In an era of instant gratification. Because right now, what is Curt Cignetti? Curt Cignetti is, you know, giving a kid an iPhone at 5 years old. It's like, I gotta have the latest video game.
Freaking Gen Alpha.
Because it's instant gratification.
Yeah.
They have just turned it around in a heartbeat, and people are going, why can't we be more like that guy? Why can't I have my cell phone?
Many Husker
at the age of 5.
Many Husker. Seriously though, many people have been saying that for the last month. They're so annoyed by it. I want that. I want that.
Yes.
I don't like this.
Well, here you go. Chance to fend off the critics.
Yeah.
Chance to fend off those critics who say this rebuild takes too long, because these are the types of games that a lot of people will look at and say, wait a minute, a year 2 Matt Rule should be winning these games, not a year 1 Curt Cignetti.
Yeah, and I would also add on top of that, like, this can be a culture win. If Nebraska wins tomorrow, I can see it being written already by Tom Chattel that Indiana, the flash and dash, but that Midwestern tough team from Nebraska went in and showed them that it's still about the line play. And I'm not like picking on Tom for saying that. I think that would be true in this game. Nebraska right now is built on defense. They're built on not turning the ball over. They're built on taking the ball away. They're built on limiting big plays. They're trying to be built on being a smart football team. And that's not to say that Indiana is not those things. But Indiana, right now, the perception is that they're about the big plays. They're about the touchdowns. They're about the fun. Again, going back to the crossover. Indiana's a fun team. Nebraska is vegetables at Thanksgiving and not stuffing, which is, I guess, kind of exciting. This would be an opportunity to say, yeah, I can hear Matt Rule saying some of the things that he could say afterwards. Oh yeah, a lot of people liked Indiana. A lot of people, they liked how they built their program. They liked, and that's not to take anything away from Indiana, but a lot of people liked that. And we had a lot of these players come back for another year, and we coach really hard and we play really hard and we got a victory. But it's not about getting to 6-1. It's about continuing to build. I can hear him saying all of those things.
So those are just some of the things I think that are at stake tomorrow.
Omaha says, "Stop with the Kool-Aid." Stop with the Kool-Aid.
I don't think any of it is any of this Kool-Aid. This is identifying what is possible.
I think
why
so.
this game is big.
Yeah.
Why this game is important. It's not saying that Nebraska will do anything. It's just identifying why it is important, because there is an element of the fan base out there that is downplaying this and saying, well, it's only Indiana.
It's only Indiana.
They're not that good.
They
haven't played anybody. Our good and dear friend, Old Man Doug, wrote,
I'm 100.
Their opponents, FIU, Western Illinois, UCLA, Charlotte, Maryland, and Northwestern have beaten no one. Review their schedule. Their schedule so far is garbage. Are any of these teams better than Illinois, Rutgers, or Colorado? No. Stats against garbage teams mean nothing. Google it. Nebraska wins outright 24-20.
Google it.
He might not be wrong about the end, but the schedules are the same. It's basic. Nebraska has played a better team in Colorado, and I think they played a better team in Illinois. But otherwise, the schedules are basically the same. But you know what? You can't use Illinois as a positive when Nebraska lost to them.
Exactly. And Indiana does what you're supposed to do against so-called bad teams. They've blown them out.
They have kicked the crap out of every team that they have played. And that is important in this discussion.
Yes,
they are 6-0 and Nebraska's 5-1. The schedules are comparable, the records are comparable. What is not comparable though is the margin of victory. In Big Ten play, Indiana is winning by about 20 points per game. Nebraska is winning by 9 to 10 points per game. So it's different. And so let's say, I'll agree with you and say Indiana's schedule is worse, because it is. Not by much, but it is. What they lose in strength of schedule, they have gained in margin of victory. And so that's why we'll get to
Would you rather they go out and just barely get by those teams?
I know.
Remember, back in the day, when Nebraska was really, really good.
I'm 100 too.
They played 6 other teams in the Big Eight that they usually kicked the living crap out of, and then they played Oklahoma at the end.
Yeah.
I don't remember a whole lot of people around here
haven't played
just
anybody.
saying, we didn't play anybody. We only played Kansas and Kansas State. No, you know why they didn't say that?
They kicked the crap out of them.
Exactly. One, they didn't want to admit that.
Too.
And two, they still kicked the crap out of them. You do what you're supposed to do to outman teams, and that is kick the crap out of them. So
couldn't agree more.
Please, if Nebraska does win this game, please don't discredit the win on Monday. Don't discredit the win.
Or on Saturday on Big Red Overreaction on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
Immediately following the game.
Hurt Husker fan says, if we play anything like the last 3 weeks, we lose handily. Could not agree more. And that's not one of my keys in our next segment, but don't play like you have in the last few games. They cannot do that. Offense can return to Illinois levels of play. That would do wonders. Defense can just keep doing what you're doing, please. But they overall as a team, special teams, offense, defense included, they cannot play like what they played collectively in the last 3 games. That would not be very good. But if the offense can get themselves going again, tomorrow will be interesting.
Bottom of the third, the Mets have had base runners all over the place against Jack Flaherty. It's a fair ball inside the third base line.
You're disseminating.
Here comes one run. Here comes a second run.
wow.
The wicket and a plate. He slides. He's safe. Mets 5, Dodgers 1. Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets.
You can't disseminate like that.
Yeah,
I was cheering.
That was
just cheering in a very specific manner of describing the action on the field.
That was pretty disseminating. You disseminated everywhere.
You disseminated all over the studio. We have to clean up this. See, look, I can see all the dissemination right there. What is over here right now?
Well, that's a lot of dissemination.
Who was eating and what were they eating? Look at all this crap. What was going on?
No, it's not food. It looks like
what? Somebody ripping up tiny pieces of
paper?
Well,
it is the key party, and there's usually a lot of disseminating going on at the key party, and we'll have the key party next as we look at the keys to tomorrow's game on 1620 The Zone.
I lost it.
In lieu of not having a key party, I'll say, hey, Mets scored 2 more runs.
Holy
it's 7-1.
God.
Let's go, Mets. Let's go, Mets.
Nick, we only
How
played...
do you not know where the damn key party
He's
is?
so good at organizing.
Yeah, this is a tremendous
I never said I was good. I said
organizational
it made
skills.
sense to me, but now I'm starting to think it doesn't make sense to me anymore.
Nice. Let's go. Let's go changing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Key Party is here. We're off to a great start, John.
We're off to a tremendous
Wow. So
start.
first of all, you didn't have your Friday night's a great night for football.
That's
open.
true.
Now we don't have the Key Party.
I'm
open.
a bad producer. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. No need to get emo, Nick.
Real quick on the series history, Hoosiers lead the series 10-9-3. 10 wins, 9 losses.
When the hell? When did those happen? In 1924?
Well, actually, the teams played annually from 1936 to 1947.
Over.
They played more.
I found it.
They played more. It's too late now. They played more as non-conference than they do in conference. This is only the 4th matchup.
So dumb.
Since Nebraska joined the conference 12 years ago.
No, 13 years ago.
13 years ago.
So dumb. So dumb.
Nebraska has won 6 of the last 7 dating back to 1975.
Suck on that, Hoosiers.
Didn't
Didn't they have a matchup once where Indiana took the lead and Lee Corso had them like take a picture? Was that against Nebraska?
Yes, they did.
So funny.
Yes, they did. Huskers are 2-1 against the spread in the 3 Big Ten era meetings. The under has hit in both Nebraska wins, but the over hit when Indiana won in 2019, 38-31.
That game was very famous for Tom Allen using some random thing Scott Frost said as motivation.
Yes.
Also, Nebraska played around with that week with who would start at quarterback
Mm-hmm.
and ended up being Noah Vedral. They lost.
28% chance of beating the Hoosiers, says K. Ford.
They scored again. It's 8-1 now.
Mets have definitely hit the over. Nebraska this season, 4-1-1 against the spread. Their point spread differential is +9. Huskers are 4-6 in their last 10 road games, 5-4-1 against the number. The under has hit in 6 of the 10.
Okay.
Huskers are just 2-8 straight up in the last 10 October road games as the underdog. The 2 wins, Illinois last year, Purdue in 17. They have, however, covered 7 of their last 10 in October road games as the underdog. But here's the number that is probably most depressing. In the last 20 years, Nebraska is 3-27 as a road underdog of 6 or more points. The only wins are Iowa 2 years ago, Michigan in 2013, Colorado in 2005.
Those are bad numbers.
For Indiana, they're 6-0 overall, 5-1 against the number.
The only one they didn't cover was the recent one, right? It was the Northwestern game?
Correct. And they have covered 5. Actually, no, they didn't cover the first game. They did not cover against Florida International.
Okay.
They have covered 5 straight at a staggering 12.2 per game point differential.
Yeah, they've done it.
So they have crushed the point spread.
And again, that's why people like him. It's not just that
Yes.
they're winning, it's that they're winning and dominating.
Indiana has covered 9 of their last 11. The over has gone 12-3 in the last 15 games.
Makes sense when you're able to score as many points as they have.
The Hoosiers are 18-2 straight up, 13-7 against the spread since 2017. As a home favorite, the over has been the play in 7 of the last 9. However, 8 of the last 20 games were against Big Ten foes. 6 of those were either against Maryland or Rutgers. So a lot of the times when they've been favored in this spot, it's been against either Maryland or Rutgers. So this is a foreign territory for them.
Key party. We begin with early bird. And we've mentioned it earlier, John. Nebraska simply must win on early downs. Indiana has faced the 5th fewest third downs in all of college football coming into this weekend. Just 63 in 6 games. And that is because, of course, their early down success rate is also among the best in the entire sport. Too often their opponents have allowed them to move the chains at such a rate that they are never really pressured when they get to the money down. And when they do, because of how successful they are still great. 7th in the country in third down conversions. And while they're only 66th in converting 4th downs, they've gone for it at a number that you would not normally see for a team that is 6-0 and has won by as many points. So they're aggressive, which is another thing to keep an eye on. Thus, third downs are easier for you on the defense when they have to go a longer ways. Have success on those first and second downs. Don't allow them to have their entire playbook at their disposal. And along those lines, key number 2, fortune teller, make them predictable. They have the 32nd best rush offense in the entire country. They have the 10th best pass offense in the entire country. Was looking then at the play distribution. 234 run plays this year, sacks included. 172 pass plays. Means they are running on 57.6% of downs this year. Don't allow them to run the football, man. I cannot emphasize that enough, because if they're able to run the football, they will be able to do whatever they want in every single play call. They've only given up 6 sacks all year long. I do wonder, though, how much of that is a really good offensive line or a super senior quarterback versus how much of it is they are not ever behind the chains and they are not ever predictable. I would love to see what Nebraska's defensive line could do if you made them a little bit more predictable. Third key, as we move to the other side of the ball, it is time to cook, because it is time for Dylan Raiola. If they are going to win the game, they being Nebraska, the 5-star quarterback is going to have to be a 5-star quarterback. He completed 70% of his passes or more in his first 3 games of the season, the entire non-conference. Followed that up, in my opinion, with his best game so far, and that was against Illinois. Moved the ball in the first half versus Purdue. Weren't able to finish drives, and we know what happened versus Rutgers. Easily his worst performance so far. Can he find that form from the first 4.5 to 5 games? If so, I definitely think that Nebraska is going to be feeling really, really good. The stat has been making the rounds all week. Dylan versus the zone defense, Dylan versus man defense. Well, wouldn't you know it, Indiana, because of their back 4, back 5, their secondary is going to play a bit more of the zone defense. And so that is an area where he could have some success. Here's his chance. Let him cook. Fourth key, going with the splash zone, because I'm talking about big, big plays. This is what one of the callers asked us about earlier. Indiana, 7th in the country in plays of 10 or more yards. 20-plus yards or more, and they are at 10th in the country. That said, the bigger, the longer the plays, they actually drop in the country. But they're really good at those small to medium chunk plays. Nebraska's offense, by the way, 65th and 72nd, but on defense, they're 41st best at stopping and 2nd best at stopping those of 20 or more yards. Indiana's defense is really good, by the way, at shutting them down as well. Both teams don't turn the ball over. Only 4 turnovers for each. They're both tied for 11th best in the entire country. So when I'm talking about splash plays, I'm not just talking about yards gained. I'm talking about who can get takeaways, who can get sacks, who can do something to disrupt. Special teams, certainly not going to be a key on its own, but that could fall under this one as well. Find a way to get your own and limit the ones from Indiana. And finally, 4 quarters equals $1 or a win. I added up the points, John, that Nebraska has scored in each quarter this season. In the first quarter, it's 45. In the second quarter, it's 65. But in the third quarter, it's only 20. In the fourth quarter, they've scored 38 points, though 21 came in just one game. They've allowed 17, 3, 13, and 28. Can they put together a 4-quarter performance on both sides of the ball for the first time all year? They've done it on offense. They have not, or on defense rather. They have not done it on offense. They have 7 quarters, their offense does, without scoring a single point this year. They haven't scored a point in every quarter in any of the 4 matchups versus P4 schools. Meanwhile, Indiana, they only have 1 quarter across the entire season where they did not score, and that was the first versus Maryland. They do a good job at playing 4-quarter football. Nebraska has not. Can Nebraska play 4 quarters?
I said this earlier in the week, and this is my first and most important key. The 5-star needs to be a 5-star. Dylan Raiola has to. This is a game tailor-made for him. This is the best quarterback that Indiana has seen all year. He's coming off his most sluggish performance yet as a Husker, but he's going to be on the big stage, and his team's really going to need him. Obviously, we know that this run game is just not good enough to be a consistent threat. This is a day where Nebraska needs not be afraid to put the game in the hands of its best player. So you quoted the stat that's been making the rounds. Here it is in its raw beauty. So against the zone, Dylan Raiola's passing grade, according to Pro Football Focus, is 90.2. Really, really good. But against man defenses, it falls. It falls literally by half, down to 44.1. Wow. Indiana, conversely, has run zone coverage on 160 plays this year, which is a top 10 mark in the nation. They've only run man coverage on 20 snaps, tied for the second fewest in the Power 4. Can you make Bryant Haynes, the defensive coordinator, get out of his comfort zone and switch it up? But if they come out in zone, provided that they can get the protection up front, Dylan's going to have time to layer those throws, to find the gaps in the defense, and to make plays. This is a game where Dylan has to be big if Nebraska is going to win. Second key, big-ass tie in the polar bear. The Hoosiers do it both running and passing. They play great with the RPO. The Huskers got to plug up the running lanes and force Indiana to be one-dimensional. And if you're successful there, then they have to get Rourke off his spots. He was able to work under very little duress this season, just 6 sacks allowed by Indiana. Conversely, Nebraska's allowed 11, and we kind of feel that Nebraska's done a pretty good job for the most part this year in preventing sacks. Well, if Nebraska is to slow down this offense, they've got to control the line of scrimmage. The last time Nebraska played a team with a balanced attack like Indiana, in this case, Illinois, Ty and Nash felt like they weren't there. It's the first time this year we just never really noticed them and had little impact on the game. Those two have to lead the charge. They have to be noticed on Saturday on the defensive side. Third key is get the jump. Indiana's not trailed all season. They have scored touchdowns on either their first or second drive in 4 of 6 games. Josh mentioned it. The only scoreless quarter they've had was the first quarter against Maryland, but they've always scored first, and they have never not had, well, they've been tied, but they've never trailed. Nebraska, I think, needs a quick start to get Indiana out of their comfort zone and also to help take this, what we anticipate to be a hostile sellout crowd, out of the game. This is one of the biggest games Indiana has ever played in its history. Certainly its modern history. They're going to be as juiced as possible. I'll be very fascinated to see what the crowds are like outside of the stadium during the Big Fox Big Noon kickoff tailgate, because I would anticipate this is their moment to shine. No, game day never goes to Indiana. College Big Noon never goes to Indiana. They're there this week, and they're there for them.
Yeah.
Not for Nebraska. They're there for them. So you know that place is going to be lit. But if you can get on them early and get the lead, maybe it helps take that crowd a little bit out of the game. Fourth key is early down success. IU's got a high rate of 3rd and 4th down conversions because they have the 7th best early down success rate in the nation. Now, Nebraska's not too shabby. They're a top 30 ranking on early downs. This is strength on strength. The winner in this category has a huge advantage because we talk about taking Indiana out of their comfort zone. They're used to having 2nd and 3. They're used to having 3rd and short if they even have a 3rd down. Nebraska, again, with Nash and Ty leading the way up front, if you can stuff the run, if you can get a little bit of pressure and keep them off schedule, then Indiana's in a spot they have not been forced to be in all season long, even in the games that they were stressed. Maryland, mainly because of turnovers. Northwestern did a nice job of staying in it for about 3 quarters. But Indiana always had an answer. They would always come right back down the field, score, and just hold that stiff arm out before they eventually just overwhelmed them. Nebraska's got to play from the lead in this game. And then the final key, sweep the leg. In the words of Sensei Kreese, finish him. If Indiana's defense has a weakness, no, it's Karate Kid. If Indiana's defense has a weakness, it's that they allow teams to get scores once they get inside the green zone plus or the Eckel zone. They do. They have a below average Eckel rate. We know Nebraska has a problem finishing drives, but this could be a game where last possession wins. Nebraska needs a better finishing rate than Indiana if they are going to win, because if Indiana gets in there, they tend to score. Nebraska's got to be ahead of the game in here, so they need to be better in the Eckel zone. And I look for Nebraska to be a little more daring. A lot of 4th downs if they're facing them. They're gonna go for it.
Oh yeah,
because 3s likely don't win this game. 6s do. So this is going to be a game where I think the analytics folks will approve of, because I think there's going to be a lot more gambling going on 4th down plays than you might normally see.
Yeah, on both sides.
Yeah. So there it is. Some of our keys to the key party.
Oh, interesting, John. The Dodgers got another home run and you didn't say anything.
Yeah, no disseminating when that happened, John.
I was in the middle of my keys. I don't allow these people to interrupt my keys. And
Unless
it's
they're the
still
Mets.
8-2 Mets.
Interesting.
8-2. That means the Mets have 4 times. Or no, it used to be 4 times.
Got to be your ball.
Got to be your ball. They have a lot of runs. Dodgers still have to triple their score. They have to triple the amount of runs they have now just to get back to even. They're gonna get 6 because they're behind by 6.
Oh,
that's how it works. Math. Predictions.
Let's do it.
Which one of us will succumb to the pressure and pick Nebraska this week? Next on 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the over.
Well, here we go. Last week, Josh had a very strong week. We all we all did pretty well, actually.
Yeah?
Had winning records, but Josh went 12-3.
Holy God! That's pretty cool, Nick.
It is pretty cool.
Does that real quick? Did the wins and losses count with the upset pick too? Does that?
No. The losses are only you don't get discredited for a loss. That's
like
why the records aren't going to be equal because
Yeah.
Nick scored a lot of bonus points, but he does have more losses because we don't count the. So really, when it comes to the end of season standings, we're just looking at the win total.
Yes.
I just keep track of the losses.
No,
because
yeah,
keep track of the
I
losses.
appreciate it.
Game 4, Yankees Guardians tonight. Who wins?
Yankees.
We're yanking it, fellas.
Nick usually goes with old school logos, so I was a little surprised to see the Guardians one here. I thought that he'd, be a little fun and, not problematic.
You think that's fun, Josh?
Yeah, where's Chief Wahoo?
Yeah, I figured, just knowing Nick, I thought that's what he would do. I'm a little surprised. Yeah.
You know what?
You going with the Guards?
I'm gonna see if I can steal a point here. Go Guards!
I do hope that you steal a point. That'd be fun.
Oh, Freddie Freeman is up with the bases loaded.
Will we know the World Series by Monday morn?
All right, so real fast. So this is game 5. So if the Dodgers win this, it's over. If the Mets win, the Dodgers can still win the series this weekend. That would be Sunday. The Guardians win tonight. We will not know by Monday. If the Guardians win tomorrow, we will not know by Monday. So you're banking on the Guardians winning at least one. Because I don't think the Mets can stave them off, right? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say that one of the series goes. Well, this could go to 6 and it would still be over. I'm going to say the ALCS goes to 6. No, we will not know the World Series by Monday morning.
Agreed.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. I think Nick might have just stolen the point.
Miami at Louisville, -5. I'm
going with the Canes?
I'm banking on the Canes here.
Cane shade? Man, it seems so easy because we're all doubting Miami and that this would be one where they win. I think I'm going to agree with John. Give me the Canes.
I'll keep doubting Miami. Give me Louisville.
Alabama -3 at Tennessee. I'm actually going to go against what I said on Jack's show today. I picked the Vols.
You going with the Tide?
I think I'm going with the Tide.
Interesting.
I trust Milroe more than I do Nico. Alabama.
Yeah, Tennessee has struggled lately. Give me. So is Alabama. I think Alabama has one more really good win in them. Give me Alabama.
Rocky Top will always be home sweet home to me.
Man, I do love that fight song. It's my favorite one in college football.
Michigan -3.5 at Illinois, honoring Red Grange.
Nick?
Illinois is a bad team. Give me Michigan.
I agree with Nick.
Illinois is a bad team.
Yes.
The team that beat Nebraska, the team that's also,
interesting,
that's 5-1.
John. Interesting. The team that beat Nebraska. The bad team that beat Nebraska. Interesting. Interesting.
You know, Michigan's not any good either.
I think they're better than Illinois.
Yeah, I like Michigan.
Well, then I will gladly steal this point. Illinois.
John, you're too Connor Stallions pilled with all these anti-Michigan picks.
How'd they do against Washington?
Well,
that I was right about.
That was about, oh, wow, Freddie Freeman strikes out looking. That was a time zone issue. That was they traveled.
Oh, it was a time zone issue.
You know about time zones?
Yeah, it was a time zone
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
It was a time zone issue.
Time
It
zones?
was the fact that they don't have a quarterback issue.
Hey, maybe they do now. He was the third stringer before the season.
Jack Tuttle?
Maybe.
Jack Tuttle, that sounds like an accountant.
Honestly,
hey, here's my accountant,
Or
Jack
a guy
Tuttle.
who played with Red Grange.
Maybe.
He does sound
Jack
like
Tuttle running down the field.
LSU -2.5 at Arkansas.
God, I hate this line. Give me LSU.
I'm gonna go with the Pirate Kansas. Arkansas.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, Pig Suey.
You should
Arkansas.
Google Dana Altman Pig Suey sometime, Nick. It's pretty funny.
Georgia +5 at Texas. I've already said it. I think Texas wins every game by double digits the rest of this regular season. Give me the horns.
I am agreeing with John when he says horns up.
The wrong team is favored.
Whoa.
Give me the dogs. Bark, bark. That said, I am going to root for Texas.
Oh.
It'd be funny.
Of course you are. You always root for Texas and
How
Michigan.
come? It would be so funny if Georgia had 2 losses on October 18th. God, that'd be great. Can we get one more for them and get them out of the playoff?
Quinn Ewers plus 17.5 passing yards versus Carson Beck.
Carson Beck has a dorky smile.
I don't like that guy. I don't like Carson Beck. I'm going to go Ewers.
I'm also going to go Ewers.
Can't stand Carson Beck.
I'm going to go Beck because they're going to need to throw. And he's got to play big. Now, I still think Texas wins, but I think Beck will have to have more passing yards.
What's Quinn Ewers' haircut? What is that?
Well, he used to, Nick. So it's what the kids do now. They shave it above their ears.
So weird.
Have you seen this? That's what youngs do. It's almost like the Mahomes in a little bit in a little ways rather, but they cut it. It's weird. I don't know. And he used to have a mullet.
I'm fine with a fade. It's just like it looks like a tiny bowl.
I don't like it.
It's a tiny bowl cut.
Dumb.
Why are we breaking down haircuts?
Because they're youths. That's what we do. We're older now, John. This is what we do. When you get older, you talk about people's hair.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Shout out to you, man.
I don't give a damn.
White people love talking about people's hair.
Well,
shout out to John.
We can't all have John Bishop hair.
You do have amazing hair.
Such good hair.
I don't give a damn.
Look at that hair.
Seahawks plus 3 at the Falcons. Nick?
Seahawks.
Time zone. Give me the Falcons. Body clock.
I like the Falcons and that run game.
Yeah, we broke this game down
Seattle.
earlier.
Texans plus 3 at the Packers. Go, Pack, go.
God, that reminds me of the 90s.
Go, Pack, go. I like Green Bay at home.
The
Texans are playing better. Texans are playing better. If this game would have been 2 weeks ago, I definitely would have taken Green Bay.
Now you just thought about it.
Now I just thought about it, but I'm taking Green Bay.
This is tough, man. I think I'm going to go with Houston here. I think they have the better quarterback. I think they have the better defense. Give me the Texans.
I love CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew this, so give me the Texans.
Yeah, you do say, I think every week we pick a Texans game, you say, I love CJ Stroud.
Exactly.
I've heard this. I've seen this and heard about this.
The Detroit Lions, not sure if you know this, but they've scored 40 in their last 2 games.
It's a lot of points.
That's a stupid stat. It's 2 games. Who cares? If it was like 4 games, that'd be interesting. You just wanted to talk about the Cowboys game again.
40 in their last 4 games?
Now, they did beat 2 scummy franchises like the Cowboys and the Seahawks in scoring 40.
Dude, do you know how tough of a look it is that Dallas gave up 1 billion points to the Saints, and the Saints wins are over Carolina and Dallas? That is the neighborhood that the Cowboys live in now. God, that sucks.
Lions are plus 1.5 at Minnesota. I know everyone loves the Lions right now, and I do too. But I have believed that the Vikings have been the better team so far this year. And now without Hutchinson pressuring the passer, give me Minnesota.
I like the Lions a lot this year. I think there's weirdly less eyes on them than there were last year. And I think that they're playing a little better.
Okay.
Give me the Lions.
Interesting. I mean, that TV ratings were probably really good for that game on Sunday.
I'm not saying that they're not being watched. I don't think they're being watched as much as they were last season.
Give me the Vikings horn. I like Minnesota. We talked about this earlier. I think the hangover for the Hutchinson injury is going to be real.
The Super Bowl rematch, Chiefs are a rare dog. What was it? October of 22? The last time that Mahomes was an underdog in a regular season game, according to Todd Furman.
Yeah,
I said this earlier. I'm surprised the Chiefs aren't favored in this game. They're the more complete team right now, and San Francisco's defense is not last year's San Francisco defense. We saw what the Chiefs did to last year's San Francisco defense. Kansas City.
Man, I've gone back and forth on this one all week long. I'm actually going to switch my pick. I'm going to go with the 49ers here. Don't really feel good about it, but give me San Francisco.
It's to a point where it feels goofy to pick against the Chiefs, unfortunately.
Yeah, so you're going Kansas
I'm
City?
going Kansas City.
No disrespect here.
So you're picking the 49ers?
Yeah.
Wasn't it 2 weeks ago you were on Twitter going,
they're poopy.
Hey, look who's in third place.
Suck.
I predicted they were in
I
third
know.
place on October the 6th.
Hey, if they lose, maybe they'll be in third place again.
49ers, we're like the
You're
40
about to be in dead place.
Dead place.
We're like the 40 criers.
Yep, exactly.
Passing yards tomorrow in Bloomington. Rourke minus 34.5 versus Raiola.
Rourke.
DR. Give me Dylan.
Oh, you think he's going to complete that many passing yards?
34? Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it's yards. It's not completions.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Oh, man, this is tough. But if Nebraska's going to move the ball, it's got to be through the air.
Yes, it does.
So I think I'm going to go
Indeed
with
it
Rayola. I'm
does.
gonna go with Rayola as well. Black shirt sacks over under 1.5. Indiana is basically allowed a sack per game.
Yeah. I'm going to go over, but don't really feel good about it.
I'll take the under.
I think I'm going to go under 2.
Wow, haters.
Well, it's that RPO. It's the quick passing offense, I think.
Yeah, if not, it's going to be because it looks like the Illinois game.
Which Nebraska player will have the most receiving yards? I'm going to go with Naor.
It feels like a Banks game to me. Give me Mr. Banks, who I'll be watching the game with tomorrow.
Gonna pick Barney.
I love you.
That's what I say to him.
Yep.
Will Nebraska make a field goal tomorrow?
We've done this prop. I think this is the third week now. They have not made one since we have done this. Give it to me again. No.
I need them to make a lot if my prediction
Oh,
of
yeah.
7
Nick
is going
picked
to
7
stand.
field goals. What an idiot.
So give me yes.
Wow.
I'm kind of committed.
I'm going to take no. Upset of the week.
Oh, that's a fun one. Is that new?
Yeah.
I like that, Nick. That's cool. The graphic. I like that one.
Yeah.
Nick asked about a game during the break, and that is my game. Give me Purdue plus 28.5 points tonight versus the Ducks. Look, I don't think they're going to win, but college football has been stupid weird this year. This is a short week, flying across the country, following a massive win. That said, Oregon will probably win 42-0, but I'm going to go with the Boilermakers. Honk, honk.
By the way, everybody at least got a point last week, including Michael and myself getting the outright win.
Who did you guys have?
I had Northwestern last week.
Oh, that was the one I almost picked.
And Michael had Buffalo winning. But you two each got a point for your covers. So
Woo.
we've been pretty good on these upsets.
I like these upsets.
Yep. Nick, who are you going with?
I think our Army is going to fall.
Oh, of course, you anti-American, you communist.
Nice,
Plus
Nick.
16.5.
That's funny, Nick. Well done for the bit. That's good for the bit.
Who are they playing?
East Carolina.
It doesn't matter who they're playing because our Army will prevail.
Carolina going against our Army. What is it, the Civil War?
Nice.
Get it?
Sure.
Get it?
Yeah. I teased this earlier. And what?
Is it moved?
It's gone up 4 points.
Who are you going with?
I mean, if you're going to give me 4 more points,
somebody must be hurt.
Maybe. Give me Georgia Tech plus 14.
But I thought Marcus Freeman is
I like Marcus Freeman.
God's gift to the world.
Well, he's better than that bum down there in Cajun country. Gobble. Yeah, I'll take Georgia Tech plus 14.
All right. I wonder what happened. That's a crazy. That was 4 points this morning? Wow. Weird. Interesting.
They're really taking the Tony Bennett news hard. And he's not even their coach.
Yeah.
Game picks. Nebraska. Let's update the line just to make sure that nothing has changed.
No chicanery here.
No chicanery. It's still Nebraska plus 6.5. The total is now 49.5, which is down a point from where it was earlier this week.
Nick?
You want me to go first?
I'll go ahead and start. I think Nebraska keeps this close.
Yeah?
I think they will have a shot at winning. I'm just worried that special teams, something's going to happen to get in the way, flip the field, make life difficult either for the offense or for the defense. I just think Indiana's got too much firepower, but I do think Nebraska covers. Give me 28-27 Hoosiers. And a missed extra point is the difference.
It's interesting that you mentioned a missed extra point because I also include a missed extra point in my score. And I'm realizing now that I have a late score that is going to happen in this game that will give Indiana both the cover and it will also cause the over to hit. I like Indiana to win this one 31-20. I think Nebraska misses an extra point. I think that Indiana gets a late score when they're already up 24-20 to move to 31 points. Obviously, I think Nebraska can win this game. I just think that Indiana has too much firepower. And I think what is really going to be the problem is that they're going to be able to run the ball. And so they run the ball well, they get a late score, they win by 11 points, and they cover.
So all week, we've been going over the stats and numbers and everything. And I understand that oh, Indiana hasn't played anyone, but neither has Nebraska really.
Correct.
And a few of those haven't played anyone games of Nebraska have been weirdly closer than they should have been. The first half of Purdue really took a lot of wind out of my sails for this team. For this season. I think Indiana is a better team. I think Nebraska will score 2 field goals. And I think that it's going to be 35-13 Indiana.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine the big red overreaction?
Lord,
if
35-13?
I don't think it's going to be that close.
Wow.
A lot of people, like everybody on this station, thinks that it's going to be a close game.
I had 11 points.
And then Gary.
What did Gary say?
This morning, he had a close game, but he said his other scenario that he could see happening is like 42-13 Indiana.
Oh boy.
And that kind of emboldened me a little bit.
Wow.
By the way, 56% of the listeners are picking a Husker outright win on our poll question on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. 22% believe that Nebraska covers but doesn't win. 22% believe Indiana wins by 7 or more. And just looking at on the Husker Max page, most of the national and regional people are picking Indiana. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? Most of the locals are picking NU.
I did hear the World Herald pod, the Pick Six pod.
Sam did pick Indiana.
No, he picked Nebraska, but 2 of the
Indiana.
3, Chattel and Evan picked Indiana.
Oh, okay. I guess I turned it around.
Yeah, indeed.
So there you go. There are the picks. Don't forget, we've got your coverage of Big Red Overreaction right after the game.
And none of us are on it, which is why we're okay to pick Indiana.
Yeah, but we'll have to deal with y'all on Monday if we're wrong.
Hey, you know what?
At
Bring
least
it on,
I'll
man.
have the cover to lean on if Nebraska wins.
Bring it on.
I'll still get the point.
Oh, that's true. Oh, rats. If I lose, I'd be wrong double.
I'm super wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back. Wrap up the Grum next. 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
The Mets have scored more.
Oh my gosh, 10-2. It's a dudes weekend.
Shocking.
Riss is out of town, so
dudes being bros.
yeah. So Banks and I are gonna hang out and chill
In your underwear.
yeah, or no underwear. Banks
Oh.
doesn't wear underwear. I don't know. So there's a lot of things: leftovers, ham. I can make a sandwich.
You could make a sandwich with
I don't know,
ham.
tots, chips, dip. I have many things. I don't know. I got a lot of stuff on the docket. I could make a breakfast burrito. Who knows? Who knows?
The world
what I
is
can-
your oyster.
I know. I'm gonna have a breakfast burrito at some point over the next few days.
Hell yeah.
Tonight, maybe. I think I'll do it tomorrow.
I'm not sure yet.
All right. Great segment as always.
I've got a
Hey, I delivered yesterday because I actually had food
that was
on
great.
the
You were
show.
eating on the air.
Yeah,
I've got
so
a
there you
Halloween
go.
party tonight, and I'm going to be a vampire for this one. So blood, I guess.
Oh, you're like the character. And,
Yeah.
hey, you never said. Did you like the movie? It seemed like you kind of dug it.
I never really did describe. I mean, the end was basically 30 minutes of nonstop screaming, which drove me crazy. And the whole stupid, let's zoom the camera in on her eyeballs and try to be, Clockwork Orange. That kind of annoyed me.
Wasn't that come
I
out before Clockwork?
appreciated it for the history. That's what I did. I appreciated it for the history.
Max writes, great week of show, guys. Nick, I really hope your prediction for the game is horribly incorrect.
It
He's
might
okay
be.
with ours? Because they would lose close?
I guess.
People love close.
If Nick is right, that'd be a bad time. But at least people wouldn't stop disrespecting Indiana.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just Indiana.
They're just Indiana.
They're
Nebraska's
not
just
just
Nebraska.
Indiana.
Yeah.
All right. Well, have a great weekend, and let's all do it again next week, shall we?
Sounds awesome, John. I'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everybody.